chest high. I put it there. What is up about chest high? I don't know if I can carry that puppy very far. Well, I probably could, but the next day, ooh, you know, I need a Swedish massage, but I can't get one. No Swedish airlines available here locally.
Hello. Hello. Well, you got to do the next best thing. Take a tennis ball, put it on the floor, and then lay down on your back on top of the tennis ball and roll around. Good evening. No, sorry. Good afternoon, Bill.
Yes, good afternoon. From W2BTK, trying to ID within like the first minute, man. Look at me.
What a lid.
I'm destinated at home, too. Look at that.
Now, today's thing to get under my skin is if you record someone and play it back for them on the air so they can hear how they sound. That's the What's Under Clark's Skin on Friday the 26th.
And what about you, Bear? Do you have any pissings and moanings? Oh, Bear doesn't hear me. That's fine.
Are you running low power? Is this just the stock Viking?
I'm actually running very low power today because I knew the band was not too good and I just wanted to push the limits. This is W2BTK QRP.
Bear, are you hearing Bill?
I hear Bill. He's pretty weak. I have been called to the upper decks. Apparently, the captain thinks that if he turns one engine full force forward and one full reverse at the same time, he can spin the ship at a fantastic rate of speed and travel through time. So I'll be back. WB2GCR.
Well, actually, if you do that with a twin-screw vessel, if you leave the rudders amidship and you do that, it will pivot very close to within its own length. The only thing is the forward-going propeller is going to be vastly more efficient than the aft-going propeller, the astern propeller. So you would put the astern engine, if you really want to do it as fast as you can, you'd have to put the astern-going engine in full, which is questionable value, and then use the throttle on the forward-going engine in moderation to control the turn. Bet you don't care. But anyway, that is all true. And one BCG.
All right, we'll see you later, Bear.
Yep, I remember the first time, but, this is not going to turn into story time, but it is a good one. The first time I was put at the helm of a twin-engine boat, it was a Coast Guard boat, a 41-foot steel-hulled Coast Guard vessel, Coast Guard patrol boat. And the coxswain, basically the captain of the boat, was convinced by my friend that he should let me try docking their boat. What a gargantuan mistake, because I was used to single screw, one engine. So I treated the 41-footer like I would if it were a single engine outboard. And the bow went up on the fuel dock here in town, scared the snot out of the guy who ran the fuel dock. His eyes bugged right out because, all of a sudden there's this large steel bow riding up the edge of your fuel dock. And it was bad, but the coxswain was good. He said, you know what, I'm going to give you a couple of pointers, and they were all good. That was 1980. Bills go, I wasn't even born then. Yeah, it was way back. It was 1980, late 80s.
WA1UQM.
Did you abandon me? Did I go on too long?
No, Clark, I sincerely apologize. I had a and this doesn't happen too often, but I had a very, very important phone call that came in, and I had to take it. And so I apologize for that. I don't know when the last time I did that, and I just feel bad when I did it, but I didn't want to be rude and transmit over his phone call, so I apologize for that.
Don't. I totally get that. Happens all the time.
Yep. So I don't know who else may have come in and kept you company, but conditions are not that great. Not that great, but I'll be on a little bit later, and we'll carry on. I have a little sewer issue I have to take care of at the store, and the plumbers over there now have a little backup. I'm not sure if it's the grinder pump or not, but I want to go supervise that. And that's not what the phone call was about. It was something else. But anyway, I'm going to jump over here and get that taken care of, and I'll be on a little bit later, Clark. And, I know, what I wanted to comment on is storytelling. I think that's where we left off. There's only one other person that can tell a story in great detail. You know who I'm going to say is Timmy. He can articulate a story. I don't know anyone that can tell a story like Timmy. And it's just incredible, the detail that guy has got stowed up in his brain. So you have some of that and quite a bit of that detail as well. Then with BCG, WA1UQM. Talk to you later.
All right, catch you later, 7-3. Thanks for jumping back in.
Yeah, Jim, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm running QRP at the moment. This is W2BTK. Just wanted to say you have the manliest clunk when you key up out of anybody who's got a clunk. You win.
Nice.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I guess they're probably going to give me a nickname soon. Yeah, I copy you fine and dandy, but conditions are a little weird.
That's good. It's running QRP power right now just to see if I can do it, because I knew the band was bad, and I literally went and turned everything down just to see how well this location works.
Well, actually, you're stronger than Clark. And it's just the way that goes. I mean, you're stronger than Clark right now.
That's kind of amazing. Running about 10 watts of carrier. It's all location, and my antenna has a ton of high angle energy, mostly all very high angle. So if you're close in, hear me pretty good.
Wow, look at all those Urbex videos I haven't seen yet.
Yeah, so long, guys. Catch you later.
See you, Jim. Yeah, sorry, Clark.
Yeah. You know what? I hope you're bathing in happy time right now.
Well, it just means that later when I go QRO, I'll know that nobody's going to double with me.
What an interesting consolation. Well, guess what? Actually not you, Jim, inspired me. I actually, when he made that last transmission, actually 2 transmissions ago, he reminded me of another classic N1 BCG story that has never been told on the air before. I literally had to go get my note paper and jot down the title. Randy's Lousy Christmas, except with the S word. Yes, and it has to do with a separate issue of biblical proportion. You know, I should try the story out on you, since you seem to like bathroom humor.
Yeah, I like to hear his story. I think while I listen, I'm going to wander into the other room and turn the Viking up to where the Viking likes to operate, and we'll see what the difference is there. So I'll go, up to close to full exciter power. Just cause, I'm like, whatever.
All right, then. So this happened to my friend Randy. This is years ago. He was living in this condominium and on the first floor, and it was coming up on Christmas time, and he was having a party, and pretty much the whole condo complex was having a party. It might have been the Saturday right before Christmas, so great time to be having these parties. Anyway, so what ended up happening is something went on with the plumbing system where things weren't, like the toilet in his condo wasn't really flushing the way it should. And so they tried using the plunger, and that wasn't helping, and it started to back up. And what went on is that the upstairs condo and his both shared the same plumbing piping. I was going to say circuit, but you know what I'm saying. Anyway, so it's not only is things not going down, the level is starting to rise, and he's there with the plunger, feverishly trying to get things to go down, and then he'd do the flush to put more water and weight on it, and the tide just kept getting higher. Now he's panicking. So he realized that what was happening is, where's this coming from? Well, it's coming from the upstairs condo because they're continuing to use their bathrooms and their sinks and their whatever, and it's causing things to back up in his condo. So he's like, oh my gosh, what do I do first? Go up there? No, it's rising too fast. So he grabbed towel, washcloths, everything that he could, and stuffed them in the bowl and rammed them in there with the handle of the plunger, trying to, stop the levels from rising any further. That stopped it for the moment. Then he went upstairs, knocked on the door, and of course, all you hear is this loud party sound and music. The door is locked. He's now pounding on the door. Nobody's coming to the door. He didn't have their phone number. So it's like, oh man. Calls at their window and stuff like that, trying to get their attention. And nothing's happening. Meanwhile, the pressure is building up because, they're upstairs drinking and flushing, and doing other stuff. And apparently the pressure built up to the point where all that washcloths and towels and whatever that he stuffed in his bowl finally gave way, and he said it was unbelievable. He heard it and then witnessed it. He opened the door, and there was a geyser. Yes, a geyser of sewage sprang out through the bowl of his toilet. And there you go. And of course, it was much deeper in the end than his bathroom. So then I'm trying not to laugh because that's mean to do. This is one of my best friends. Flowed out into in the middle of his Christmas party. Flowed out in the middle of his living room. And of course, that got a reaction from his guests, who were now trapped because it was in the hallway, which separated where the living room was from the kitchen and the way out. So everyone in his party had to end up leaving his party by abandoning ship by jumping over the railing of its deck down into the snow because they couldn't go over or stand the smell of the invasion of the overflowing commode. There you go. N1BCG. That is an N1BCG original story time story never told on the airwaves before.
Oh my God. That's a good one. God dang. All right, so I turned the Viking up to about 80 watts, 85, somewhere in there, just because the conditions suck. But I've got a story that's very similar. Happened on a commercial industrial project that I was on, where we were renovating a college. And, well, let me unkey real quick. So... They had these bathrooms, and they left them up for as long as they could, right? But then all of a sudden, the GC is like, all right, you know what? Like, this isn't going fast. I want everything demoed. We're blowing this place out. Let's get a little bit ahead with the project. So he tells the laborers to go demo this bathroom, right? And it was fine because they had shut the water off. The plumber came in for about an hour that morning and shut everything off. So they demo out all these toilets and this and that. So there's just like, you know, pipes hanging out of the wall where this stuff used to be because they didn't rip down the walls yet. And all of a sudden, I don't know what happened, like a day later, there's just water spewing out of everywhere in this bathroom, coming up from the floor where the toilets were, out of the wall where the urinals were, and like it's just like, it's like Niagara Falls in there. And nobody knew this was going on for about 10 minutes until I wander over to the bathroom, you know, because I'm used to just kind of like going over there. I'd sneak over there instead of using the porta potty. And I walk in there and I was like, oh. So what do I whip out my camera and take a movie of it and laugh about it for, I don't know, 30 seconds. And then I go and I actually saw one of the guys from the GC like outside, and I was like, Scotty, there's water coming out of the wall in the bathroom over there. And he runs in and he sees all this crap and his eyes just go like, you know, like wide open, like, oh my God, because half of that building still had tenants in it. And he just starts waving his hands in the air, screaming, plumber, plumber, plumber. But I mean, it might sound funny to you, but if you were there and you saw this guy, the look on his face with his arms up over his head, waving around, screaming, plumber, plumber, you would roll on the floor, because all these guys are not very nice guys, so I didn't feel bad. And, well, there you go. That's my story. And, yeah, that had to get cleaned up fast. There were some interesting stories with concrete coming out of the wall, too, like where they were pouring and their form blew out, and they didn't know, and they were up on the second floor dumping concrete, and, oh, this wall ain't filling up. Well, bring in another. And then, you know, I find out there's 3 inches of concrete on the floor in the room below. And I politely go upstairs and say, is this supposed to happen? And again, I took a video of it first. And I showed him the video. He's like, not now, not now. And I'm like, no, here, like, you need to watch this video. He's like, is this supposed to happen? And he goes, oh, crap.
In the words of Jeremiah Whalen, my goodness.
Yeah.
See that? People need to hang on to experiences like that, if they have them. Because look at how important they'll be later on in life. Whether it be on ham radio or at the retirement home, they're almost synonymous. You're going to need to have good stories, because you either entertain or you're going to have to be entertained.
Well, I got good videos of it, too. That's the best part.
Oh, that's a YouTube video.
They're on Instagram.
The video is on Instagram.
Both of them, the bathroom one and the concrete one, because they're only like 10 seconds. You know, you don't upload a 10-second video to YouTube. That's just silly.
I guess. I didn't know how long the video was. Yeah, okay, well, so, send a link.
You have to scroll back because that was a few years ago. I could just probably send you the videos if they're still on my phone.
See, why not? You know what? Maybe that should be a net. Storytime net. Well, we do the extraterrestrial and supernatural net night, but that's Halloween. Why wait? Pick some other night and just do Storytime net.
Oh yeah, here's the toilet. All right, here's the bathroom one I'm gonna send over. That's only 6 seconds.
Speaking of YouTube, I made a post on YouTube, a comment about a video, and I got 1,000 likes and no unlikes. Wow, I've never seen that. I've never seen... Oh, well, never mind. This guy got 3.1 thousand likes and no unlikes. All right, so he's so fabulous. How's that?
Ooh, I don't think I put the blown out concrete form one on YouTube though. The bathroom one, yeah. The other one I gotta go through all my videos on my phone to find that one.
I wonder if any of this attracted any attention. I'm just checking the message boards here for 3885. What is this? No, not on that one. Just someone's making it very clear they like 7200, probably to get Mike's skirt to blow up. And then on the QIX one, oh boy, that's great. Someone's got the. Is this you, Heising Reactor? That's your level of obnoxious.
No. Oh, there's a carrier, no audio. No, that's not me. I'm Sasquatch is real.
Oh. All right. Well, it's quite a collection of characters then.
I don't post in there much. And which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at Steve's. This is Heising Reactor. Rename out of my cold dead hands. And then he said UQM's nickname is Colonel Clunk. I didn't know that. Gary says do tell. And then Heising Reactor says, well, that's certainly an interesting story. That reminds me of Thomas Jefferson holding back the tide of British sewage? Oh, W2VJZ. Yeah, right, standing by. There you go. Clearly, I need to start pre-reading these things and not doing them live on the air.
Sasquatch is real.
I wanted to do a Sasquatch thing. I was thinking, because my sense of humor is rather twisted, that it would be fun to get in a Sasquatch costume and kind of like hang out on the side of a parkway right around dusk and just kind of like wander around, or maybe, dribble a basketball or take a volleyball and kind of like bounce it up in the air, or a Sasquatch with a tennis racket and then just bounce a tennis ball up. Do you think that would create accidents, or would people be entertained?
No, it'd be entertaining, but eventually it would cause an accident.
Yeah, see, there's the thing. Guy in Sasquatch suit causes 3-car backup. 4 people hospitalized. Sasquatch, that would be in quotes, arrested. Yeah, I could see that not working out well. Or what would make more sense is rework the story and do Florida man dresses as Sasquatch, causes multiple car accidents. That would make sense. You just got to story with 2 words, Florida man, and then you're all set. Actually, and anything that comes after that, sky's the limit on how nuts it is.
Oh, Clark, I'm looking for this concrete video, but I found a real gem. Do you remember this one? CB Field Day?
No. Is that coming up this... Oh, is that this weekend? Is Field Day this weekend? Boy, you guys get to see firsthand. You've got orchestra seats to see how out of touch I am. I think that this is Field Day weekend.
CQ Field Day.
Hi, Tommy. Yeah, it is Field Day weekend, Clark. Except this was like 2 years ago, and I had a Cobra 19 CB radio and a little ground plane antenna set up in my friend's yard. And there's like goats walking around in the background, and I'm calling CQ CB Field Day.
Nice. Is this when your rig caught fire?
Exactly.
Yeah, very impressive engineering there.
Good evening, WL7B.
Hey, Bruce.
Hello, Bill. Hello, Clark. Geez, where did all the signals go?
Apparently, the license fees that we pay are not going towards atmospheric maintenance.
You can say that again. Boy, you must have had a solar episode, because you're usually a lot stronger here. I can just barely hear you over the noise level, believe it or not.
Yeah, right. And Billy's coming in 10 times better than I am.
Actually, he is. But not much. He doesn't have much audio. It's funny, the signal's there, but the audio's way down on everybody.
I'll put up with this once, but not twice. Hold on.
Yay. Is that better?
Amps. 2 amps. That's 2,000 milliamps of antenna current. I don't know why you're not hearing me well.
I think it's getting all absorbed into the sound.
Great.
I put a little more audio on my carrier. I didn't have a lot before.
Yeah, maybe it's my ears. I got to go clean my ears.
Let me check my peak reading watt meter. Yeah, no, that's a good ratio.
Well, Bruce, you have just crossed yourself off my who should be asked about audio reports and signal reports list.
Oh, you got a great signal here, Clark. Your audio. My God, what are you doing over there? It's great.
How do you breathe with your nose so far?
Oh, you got cut off there, Clark. What?
What are those? Newman. Must be that Newman microphone you got.
Yes. I like to get my stuff set up and look at the microphone and say, "Hello, Neumann."
Oh, yeah. Hello. Oh, my God, I've been selling off my friend's estate. He passed away, and I'm done. I'm tired. I've sold about $3,000-4,000 worth of stuff already, and I'm tired. Tired of answering these stupid questions. Yep. So I got to bring her another check tonight or tomorrow, and be done with that. Still got a few things to get. Still got a lot of things to get rid of. Boy, this guy was a QRP nut. He must have 5 or 10 QRP rigs. Gee.
Hey, the Dixie Chicks are no longer called Dixie Chicks. Now they're just the Chicks.
Yep, the Chicks. The Dixie Chicks. Well, hey, that's okay, I guess. Well, it just... Why don't they just forget it and move on?
I want to know where all the, the pink hat-wearing protesters are from a couple of years ago. What? You're going to put up with women referring to themselves as chicks? What's up with that?
They're called pussy hats, W2SDR.
You just demonstrated why I didn't say that.
Well, pussy's not one of those words you can't say. I happen to have 7 pussy cats here. Good afternoon, guys. W2SDR. I've been listening here for a bit.
Wow, you got 7 cats. That's a lot of pussy.
Yeah, well, no comment on that one. That's a good one. I wish I was so lucky.
Yeah, and 30 years younger.
Yeah, well, I'll take either one of those, to be honest with you. I don't have to have both. Either one of those scenarios would be okay with me.
Oh, yeah. It's fun to touch it.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Anyway, I just worked Ecuador HC5DX on 20-meter AM outside of Quito, Ecuador.
Nice. I've been thinking of looking down there on AM. That's old school DX.
Well, I cheated. I don't know if this is cheating or not. I mean, I've known him for a long time. I've worked him many times on single sideband. And so he has an SDR, which makes it very convenient. And I said, why don't you, I said, Dave, switch over to AM. Let's have an AM contact. He switched over. We were on 14.168. And he switched over to AM, and copy a Q5 there. Go ahead.
Very good. That's cool. Oh boy. Well, looks like we're gonna get some little bit of rain here. Maybe it looks like we're getting rain. I broke out my sidecar yesterday for the bike, and I gotta go. I'm gonna sell it. I'm not gonna use it. So get rid of it. I got a nice little sidecar that I used to have on my little Vespa scooter. That was a fun unit. I still got the Vespa, but I won't be bringing the sidecar with me. So yeah, I gotta clean it up a little bit and throw it in the bargain news or whatever. Somebody will buy it. It has an older Vespa. They're expensive. They're like $3,000 for that stupid thing. I didn't pay $3,000 for it, but that's how much they are new, which seems excessive, but that's what they pay plus shipping. And the nice part about this, it's right in back on the trailer, way to move. So, got a call from a friend of mine. He's going to open up a little ham radio shop over in the neighboring town. So that should be interesting. Hopefully he'll do okay over there. He has a satellite television company, and boy, the bottom has just dropped right out of that since this virus has started. And he was having a hard time before anyway, but well, I guess it's very difficult to get these companies to pay you. Oh, so I was shipping down to you, Clark. N1BCG. Field day station, WL7B.
WL, I don't know where. Park one, WL7B, W2SDR. Vespas are very, very cool. Did you ever see that old movie from the, I guess it was the late 60s, Quadrophenia, that movie, over?
Oh, yeah. When they had all the Vespas done up. And there used to be a Vespa dealer in my neighboring town, and there was a club that would stop by there. And these guys and girls were into it. You know, they were in their 30s and 40s, and they were just like the gangs that they used to have over in London. You know, they had all the bikes done up with the lights and mirrors, and you know, these guys had the suits on with the skinny ties, and you know, the girls had the pencil skirts. They'd show up over there on their Vespas, and yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah, it was the mods and the rockers. The mods had the scooters, and the rockers had BSAs, Triumphs, you know, the other bikes, and they wore their hair all slicked back and leather jackets, you know, like Marlon Brando type stuff, you know, and the mods dressed up like you were describing. That was a very, very cool movie. Very cool movie.
Yeah, it is. I have to do a search on Netflix or Amazon or whatever and see if I could find it. And I'd like to see that movie again. Yeah, that was a good movie. Sometimes you can catch these older movies are on these, and they don't cost nothing to see them.
Well, I don't think you can get that one for free, but it's high definition now. They've remastered it, you know, and restored it. I mean, it looks like it was made yesterday. I have it on VHS, and it's very difficult to watch with the quality on that. But they have it all restored now, and it's worth renting it or buying it on Blu-ray. You could even get it on Blu-ray. So. It's just one of those classics there, Bruce. W2SDR. I don't want to monopolize. I know that Bruce Clark, and I think there were other stations in here, so I'll get back in the woodwork and just listen here. W2SDR.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think Billy was in here for a little bit. I think he's still here. Clark is still in here, too. These guys... They're recharging. They'll be back. And sometimes your son gets in here. I haven't talked to him in a while. I haven't been coming downstairs at night. I've been staying up in the air condition, but it's starting to get hot down here now. I got the amplifier on, so I think I'm going to go up and get me a cold drink and see what the wife's up to and go from there. Hey, we'll talk to you later. WL7B, happy field day.
Yeah, happy field day, Bruce. And it's been a while since we've talked. I think almost a year. So coming up in the logbook here. So I'll catch you later. I'll be listening here. W2SD. I guess Perry should be getting home from work pretty soon. He usually gets off around 6. W2SDI. On the SDI.
Yep, the days of work. I don't miss those.
Oh, I definitely don't miss those. 4 years now, totally retired and liking it, you know. So.
Oh yeah, but you had your job wasn't easy. I bet you that was a stressful job.
Well, I was, plant manager, director of plant operations at a hospital for 23 years, and then 14 years driving a school bus after that, Bruce. Now, sometimes, they were neck and neck as far as stress goes.
Oh, yeah, especially the kids today. There's no respect.
Yeah, well, I had a good experience, though. We have a very nice school district here. I never had an issue, except kids that wouldn't sit down or noisy kids. But other than that, I've never had fights or anything weird on the bus. I was, it was a very, very good experience. I enjoyed the kids. I didn't mind the kids at all. It's not for everybody because it can get noisy. A lot of folks, friends said I could never do that, this, that, and the other, but I enjoyed it. So it was good. It was very good. It really filled in the gap there. Lots of good memories with that. Okay, back in the woodwork. Looks like it's happy hour. W2SDR.
73. Oh, got a landline, see?
Yep.
What's going on, guys? I'll just chat with you. If I hear anything happen on the radio, I'll go back to the radio. How y'all doing? What we got in here? Dave, Bob, my man 350. I know that Hot Glass told me his name. I think it starts with a T. He's in there working on some kind of programming or something of the sort. Do some just chatting. I should make that smaller. Look at this. Whoa, too small. Too small. Howdy. Whoa. Been researching bee sellers. Oh, dang. Dude, beekeeping is pretty cool. I've watched a lot of videos where they do the removals and stuff when they got bee infestations, and they don't just kill them because, I mean, bees are pretty important. They relocate them. Yeah, Bob's ears perked up. Oh. Bob, I miss that life. Haven't been doing it. But that's all right. I've been getting crazy good sleep, having really vivid dreams. Oh yeah, the Trailer Park Boys, the honey oil. You remember the one where they made their whole driveway like they had to hide all that hash, so they paved their driveway with the hash. Dude, that show is hilarious. I don't know if I've seen every episode, but all like the first many seasons, I saw all of them. Up to, what was that thing? It was the guy's model train, and they used it to smuggle their weed through the woods. Oh, I forget. It was like some celebrity's model train that Bubbles stole. Oh, God, I love that show, man. Sam Squanch. Oh, that's dead air. Oh, Patrick Swayze, that's right. Yeah, sometimes I heard that sometimes they'll reject the queen though. Like if you already have a hive, like it's a kind of a crapshoot. Yeah, Patrick Swayze Express with the cheater parts. Oh my God. Dude. But yeah, that beekeeping stuff is pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, beekeeping is badass. I could probably do it here. Just, one more thing to maintain. My lawn is looking pretty good, though. It hasn't been pouring rain, so it's like not really going crazy. Let's see. Yeah, Bob. Occasional is pretty cool, but I'm just saying no. Man, there probably is a nest of something in this TS440. I got it all hooked up. Yeah, my lawn's crunchy as hell too right now. But the 440, I finally got it all hooked up to do like FT8 and stuff. I made my whole... Oh, I don't have WSJTX open right now, but here, let me open it real quick so y'all could see this business. I made a new overlay. Yeah, look at that. WSJTX, baby. So we can do FT8. No, I never did a JSA call yet. Just FT8 hanging. The only thing, though, is I can't do 75-meter stuff and FT8 at the same time. It's just one or the other. But when it's real dead out there... Yeah, I heard that. I like getting on PSK 31 when I want to do conversational digital modes. I find that mode is a lot of fun, man. It's like real time. You can just like see the person typing. It's pretty cool. I don't know if you've ever screwed with it, but I've done a lot of cool like DX and stuff with PSK 31 too. But that's an oldie. A warbler. I just used my computer, A phaser, a phase blaster. Clark runs a phase blaster. Multimon. Yeah, I forget. I haven't installed the program I was using for PSK on this computer yet. I have it on my Mac, and it might be the same thing. It was something Mon. I forget. It could do like CW decoding, and it would do CW for you as well. I actually made a couple CW contacts like that. I don't know Morse code. I mean, geez, I know guys who've done like CW contests. They don't know Morse code. They just use the computer. But that's a little weird. Yeah. But yeah, digital modes are fun, man. Everyone hates on FT8 because they think, if you just use it to like get contacts and stuff, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's a little weird. It's the fact that you can go to PSK Reporter and see your propagation map. That makes FT8 like super valuable to me. Let's see this phaser. Digital mode transceiver. Nice. 4-watt single sideband. Oh, here, look. Let me throw it up on the Piz age. Whoa, that's too big. Man, that's too big. What is that? Yeah, look at that thing, man. The phaser. Capable of transmitting and receiving on 80, 60, 40, 30, 20, and 17. Nice, dude. Oh, look, they're building phasers. Phase blasters. Is that you? No. Oh, that's pretty cool, man. Check that out. But I mean, I just use a computer program. You gotta You gotta turn your E-rig into an ESBE. I'm supposed to meet up with a dude. He's gonna let me have a vector signal generator that I can use as an ESBE. You do lots of cool stuff with it. You can draw stuff in the waterfall display. You can talk on 2 frequencies at the same time. Bob's way more handsome. Well, geez. Yeah, that's the thing. Most hams, I mean, they've got a voice for radio. Or, what? They've got a face for radio. Oh. Well, that's cool. It's pretty dead. I got on real early. I heard Clark out here, but Clark dipped out. I don't blame him. Frank has that effect. Report. Oh gosh. Phase blaster. Yeah, no, that's what I call phase rotator. Clark was being entertaining, but then, well, he was replaced with Frank, and now you see what's going on the air. Oh, yeah. Oh, wrong way. The Frank effect.
Hello, test.
Nice, Dave's out here. What's up, Dave? How you doing? W2BTK.
Yeah. I just want to see if my transmitter still works, and then I can just shut all this crap off.
Yeah. No, exactly. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, man. Oh, I forgot to turn my scope on.
Oh, man. Yeah, you're probably looking out over there like, wait, what?
Yeah, I started writing up the complaint department thing, and I'm taking a break from that. It's very intensive type of thing, opening up a new business.
I know. You kind of have to think about how you want to word it, how you want it to look. Like, I'm going to put it right at the top there. It'll be like BTK complaint department, and whatever you hand off, that's what it's going to be.
I'm offering for an extra fee that I'll personally come and clog up your septic system.
Wow. Dude, you are adding value to, the channel here. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. Am I splattering?
No, you appear to be, I have no attenuation in whatever, you appear to be about, 18, 19 kilohertz wide total.
Is that 3 dB or the total occupied bandwidth down to minus 28 dBc? What specification are you going by?
There's no specification. I'm just looking at the little bright blotches on my waterfall there, and they stop right before 3875 on the lower side. So I'm just going by that. Let me throw 10 dB in there and look and see how that looks.
Roger. W2VW testing. Hello, testing. I listened to a couple of recordings online, and I don't have as much bass as other people, man. But, in person I do.
It looked exactly the same with attenuation, and yeah, your voice has natural bass and you can hear it. It's just not being like pushed up to the front. It's a nice natural frequency response. Even if it's a little bit unnatural, it sounds like, you're not compensating for anything. You're just using your radio.
Oh yeah, I'm not zero beat to you either, because I don't have enough back wave here to zero beat. I have to, in order to zero beat, like if I flip my transmitter into zero, it doesn't really stick enough, there's not enough bleed going here. Everything is isolated very well, and I can only zero beat the weakest of stations. So hence I have to flip over into the dummy load and key up my transmitter, which is across the room, and adjust it. It's really annoying. I'm really thinking of hooking my solid state exciter up to this thing, but it won't have as much soul if I do that. And people with immature software will like me, so I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, again, you got to think about that pretty hard, but I have the same problem. If somebody's like, running a lot, sometimes I can't hear my little VIFO, especially now that I added this. Well, actually, no. That termination wouldn't be in there at all when I'm doing that, but I have that problem occasionally. But that little VFO has enough balls to key on anyone in my receiver, usually. And I started out exactly about where you are. You're way closer to 3885 than I am. I've drifted down quite a bit. But I zero-beated Clark, and I was right on frequency, but, that doesn't last forever.
Yeah, well, I did stick it right on the big 85 there when I first came on. Yeah, see, the clip light comes on one channel on this thing. Really makes me wonder.
I went to go zero beat you, but I didn't make it in there in time. Looks like I got pretty close just by guessing. And in about 10 minutes, I should be right on frequency.
Well, I was just going to measure your frequency, but yeah, listen, I understand if you don't come right back to me. I know a lot of people think that's weird, but I have a spatial diversity in my transmitting setup that you're well aware of. I've got a kitchen and a front dock and stuff going on here. I don't sit here tethered to the stupid foot switch the whole time. I do stuff, I'll go outside and crank the umbrellas down if I think there's a windstorm. That kind of stuff. But every time I do that, somebody's like, Dave.
And hello to Ada. I hear you using the microwave.
Billy says hello.
Hi, Billy.
That was the telephone. She's dialing. Dial a prayer, I think.
Wow, it sounded like a microwave.
Yeah, my microwave doesn't like 160 meters. Dying here. I need a cough button. Doesn't like my 160 meter vertical.
Red sauce.
Neither does the stove or the fridge or actually anything.
Yeah, but you got 4 nice radials, don't you?
Well, yeah, I did. And I said that I would take them down March 1st. And I did.
Oh, well, yeah. You need those.
And the whole entire place looked like a Radio Shack quarter-wave CB ground plane. Only, 14.2 times the size.
Yeah. That's great. No, that's called doing it right.
I had all the Radio Shack CB antennas like back in the 70s, and the cheapest one was the quarter wave ground plane. It was 3 radials, and they were at 90 degrees to the vertical radiator, and it had a little block in the middle where the PL259 went. And I think it was cheap. It was like $19.95 or whatever. And you know what it did to match it? Because when you build a ground plane like that, it's everything's resonant. but it's not 50 ohms. So what they did was they had an aluminum, like a rectangular chunk of aluminum stuff. Looked like maybe number 8. I could be wrong about that. Just bent into a rectangle, and one side of it went to the vertical radiator, and the other side went to the ground plate in the middle that all the radials attached to it. It was a DC short. And back then I didn't know about AC theory. And I was like, this antenna's got a giant short in it, How does it possibly work? And that's how it works. It was a stub. Of course, you also have to change the resonant length of the vertical radiator to make that work.
That's right.
Hey, Clark's back. Yeah, I was pretty amazed, like, the first time I saw anything like that. The other Dave was making mobile antennas like that with, just like a dead short, a little trombone slide right to the roof. I was like, what? And then I kind of, like, learned some AC theory, and I was like, oh, okay. That helps with noise, too, no?
Hi, Clark. I don't know if it helps with noise at all. It might if you're getting buildup and you have no way to bleed it off. It's always nice to have a DC short like you have there on your antenna system. Hi, Clark. Clark, you're a consumer of Radio Shack products from the 70s?
I am. And yes, having the DC continuity does help because it greatly reduces the bandwidth of the antenna to something reasonable. I found that out with a aircraft band antenna because the 108 to 136 is AM, and so obviously very susceptible to noise. And when I put together a vertical with which basically was like a ground plane antenna, it was very noisy because theoretically, with no continuity between the center conductor and the shield of the coax, it was like a broadband probe for noise. But when a loading coil was put on it, and it was very purposefully set to a 50 ohm match at the operating frequency, the noise dropped dramatically because it was no longer a broadband receiving antenna. It ended up being really just resonant for that frequency, and then decreasingly so off to the sides, and the reception cleaned way up. So I'm a big fan of stuff like that. And one BCG.
KG2IR. Yeah, I know there's hum on this radio.
Hey, it's Nick. How you doing, Nick?
Oh, just dandy. Getting the GRC 19 running. I had these batteries in here too long and smoked the 28-volt batteries. Here are you guys just fine. And I had to repair 528E that feeds this GRC 19. Gave up the ghost. I had to fix the power supply.
What's the matter with this stuff? Wasn't it made by the military? It's supposed to last for 100 years? Hey, you got a bunch of old stuff there you're using.
Yeah, but the 528E is not old stuff. But is this thing working okay? Yeah. I'm going to try my bandits at 12 o'clock. Good evening, Clark. And I think there's Billy's in here, too. I'm not sure.
Yep. Hey, Nick. It's good to hear you, man. W2BTK.
How bad is the 120 cycle hum? My batteries, it gave up the ghost, and I'm running off a charging power supply that I built.
It's there, but I don't think it's any worse than mine.
It's there, but it's fine. It's usable.
Your voice is being modulated by it.
Yes, it's a very interesting effect. They used that back in the day recordings.
Yeah, special effects. Let me try this. I have a pair of David Clark's here I used to use in a King Air, and I adapted it to be used with the GRC 19. I'll be right back.
Are those going to have low enough frequency response to hear this? Boy, when he says he's going to go do something, that's it. He's serious. And one BCG, because now it's overdue.
Shame. Man, I got to try some grounding again. Clark, I grounded to there's a cold water pipe right below my audio rack, right below the floor, and I got a big fat strap coming up here now. I'm going to try popping that onto different places here, see if anything happens that's fun.
That's a good thing. How fortuitous is that, having that right there? Good.
I'm back, if you can hear this thing.
Yeah, give us a few.
I don't mean to interrupt. I know you guys are in the middle of something, but boy, this I used to wear these David Clarks, and after a couple hours on the flight deck, my left ear meets my right ear. It's so tight. But this is the David Clarks with the electric headset driving the GRC 19 system.
Nick, there's something really wrong. You've got a 120 cycle hum there. Isn't it supposed to be around 400 cycles?
Wait a minute, I got a double there. I think it was you, Dave, and you, Clark. What'd you say, Clark?
Figures. You've got a 120 cycle hum. Isn't there supposed to be a 400 cycle hum on your audio?
Yeah, you know, that's right. I'm surprised that this headset works. You gotta have...
Yeah, Nick, it seems like you lost a little bit of frequency response, but it's working.
If you would.
Yeah, that was a double.
All right, I'm going to go get my strap from the other room.
I'm tired of getting strapped. I'm going to get myself a real transmitter. Yeah.
I'm over using 100 watts, you know, out of this olive drab BX 100.
Roger. I'm using a Junction 500.
That sounded good, Dave. Well, Clark always sounds good, and of course Billy's always sounding good. And I'm listening on the R392, of course, in the David Clark headset. But yeah, I have 120 cycles instead of 400 cycles. Something wrong with this picture.
Yeah. Well, good to hear you on here. I don't think I heard you on. I don't think I've heard you on since you and I spoke on the phone, but I don't listen to the radio much. On this band, so that may be why I never heard you.
Well, anything's possible, you know. Let me just check this out. Yay. Let me turn some things up here. You know, the knobs get turned, too. You know, that's the problem. When you take out this thing off the rack that's at the bottom of the GRC 19 metal, and all the knobs got spun. So I think I'm back where I need to be, and of course I'm popping the microphone, which I shouldn't do. I should know where to wear this thing. Anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt. Everybody sounded good. Thanks for the reports, whatever they might be, good, bad, or different. But this thing's back on the air. 120 cycle hum and all.
You interrupted absolutely nothing. It's great to hear you on, man. Don't worry about it. W2 very weak.
Yeah, same. I wanted to ask Nick at some point about the Steely Dan recording sessions, man.
Steely Dan. With Elliot Shiner and my friend Roger Nichols, who is no longer around, doing the sessions. Now there's a group. If you ever look at the back of the Steely Dan albums, you notice there's a whole array of musicians. The only ones that had fortitude to do more than one album with them was guys like Rob Mounts and a few others. Most of the times you notice they always use different musicians. Because after a while they got tired of doing 25 takes of a, kick drum or whatever for 2 years.
Yeah, that had to have been pretty cool stuff. Somebody in my chat here is saying Steely Dan's one of their favorite musicians. So, yep, Nick out there, KG2IR, he was around. They were recording that stuff.
Oh yeah, Pretzel Logic, Asia, a couple of them. And also, Walter did some stuff on his own with the New York Jazz Ensemble that was on Atlantic Records. It was a lot easier to work with just him, Donald Fagen was a real piece of work, but very talented.
Yeah. I'd like to hear the whole thing someday. That, and you know what, Nick, you blew my mind that one time when you were troubleshooting. I guess it was like a remote broadcast from somewhere, and there was hum in the console, and you rotated the damn thing 90 degrees and it went away. That was like mind-blowing for me when you explained that.
Well, it wasn't real. Well, it just came to me, being so many years in the trenches. And it wasn't a remote. We were installing Studio 3A. Shows you how long ago this was. 20 years ago, to be exact. It was Convention 2000. We just opened up the control rooms and studios at 3A. We just finished the design. We were testing everything. And we were supposed to have a digital console, Calrec. And they didn't have it ready. So I said, look, we're going on the air, so you've got to do something. Get an old Alpha console, make up all the dongles for it, and install it temporarily in the audio room until you get the digital console ready. And they said, yeah, they do it. And they fit the bill on it. They made all the wiring and a couple of racks that went in the back of the scene dock where we hooked everything up, and the console was working great. Except one of my guys came up and says, the hum figure on this thing's only about 41 dB down. You're kidding me. So what is it? Is it noise, humming noise? He said, well, I used a filter on it. He says it's 60 cycle. And, a light bulb went on because I remembered, because I complained about it, on the second floor of 30 Rockefeller Plaza, they made that Dave knows the whole story. He knows where it is, too. They made that the USP room, the whole freaking floor. Now, why they put it on the second floor, I have no idea. Studio 3A, you might imagine, is on the third floor. So I got a bunch of guys, stagehands, Studio 8H, and of course you remember Mark Milchman, Dave. He's the guy that came up to me. He said, I don't understand it. He says everything. Checked out the hub and spoke grounding system. Everything's intact. Nothing is double grounded. Blah blah blah. And they went through the whole thing. And I said, wow, that's really awful when you listen to it. It's just 60 cycle hum. So I had to pick up the console, and looking at the meters, the scope, and a pair of headphones, they started rotating the console and nulled out the hum, which was okay because that was a temporary console. So we got the digital version of it, where the audio was in a completely different room, in a machine room, and it went away. But it looked kind of funny when you walked into 3A's audio control room and saw a console at about 30 degrees angle, 30-degree angle. KG2IR.
Yeah, those stories are great, and all that stuff really happened. I got to see a handful of it firsthand myself, and just a small sliver. Yeah. Well, thanks for stopping in here. A lot of fun. You guys got to keep going with this. And the fact that your audio really sucks, Nick, makes it even better. W2VW.
Well, now I'm on the... now I'm really going through the 528 with the RE16. Of course, I have an NBC mic flag on it, so it should sound better.
Yes, it sounds much less bad, thank you. I thought the effect was pretty good. It was like, we're so sorry, Uncle Albert.
The mic flag makes the audio better.
I know, it adds resonance to wherever.
Resin ants. I think they're outside. You got to get some borax.
Yeah, I got to get some batteries for this thing. I can smell the lack of acid in the wet cells, and I'm not crawling underneath the truck to get those things out. You remember how this thing's configured, Dave? Oh, that's another story with Dave and I going to a military meet after horse traders with him driving the Hummer and me in the radio room in the back talking to the guys down there at the military meet. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, that was great. I'd like to go back there, but I probably never will. Yeah, in Rhode Island. That was the first time I was ever in Rhode Island. We go up there once in a while because Ada's got a relative up there. Yeah, that was really something. Giant military base, and all these guys had their own airplanes that they own, most of them military airplanes in various stages of disrepair, and they were getting them ready to fly again. That was a ton of fun. And who did we run into there? Was Dale there, KW1I, and a couple other guys we knew at the military, was it military vehicle meet? What was that? I don't even remember.
You know, I don't remember the exact title of it, but obviously it was a military event. And, well, yeah, Dale, KW1I, and our good friend Tom, and Glenn, you know, N1SNG. There's a whole bunch. In fact, they're the guys that invited us down. We kept saying, well, we'll try to make it. So as you recall, we drove down on the way home. And it was a delightful afternoon. Yes, you're right. There's a lot of guys that restored tanks, APCs, you know, armored personnel carriers, 155 field pieces, you know, howitzers on truck being towed by 2.5-ton 6x6s, all kinds of stuff. And of course, in the middle of it, they guided us in, if you remember, in the middle of it on the line, there's this red Hummer with all these old vehicles.
Yeah, that's right. Tom ILA was there. I don't remember Glenn being there. I don't know why. Yeah, I remember the first time I ever drove your Hummer there. We were on a highway. It might have been that trip, and some jackass cut me off. And I did an invasive maneuver at the same time. You like yelled at me to do the invasive maneuver. The reflexes and the order from the colonel came at the same exact time. Yeah, that was a good introduction to Hummers. I guess that thing's got the stabilization thing with the struts that have the different charge and the metal particles in the struts. Man, those are expensive when they break.
Oh yeah, I don't want to hog this thing, but boy, it's bringing back memories. No, it doesn't have anything that sophisticated. It's an air ride, you know, the air bags with compressors. But it does have a good starting strut system, the crisscross struts, just like you see in a lot of competition cars. And what's nice about it, if you recall, if you remember that event, when you whip the steering wheel, the thing doesn't roll at all. It just, if you look at the hood, it just stays perfectly flat.
Yeah, that was a lot better than I thought it would be, especially with the high center of gravity. Yeah, we'll pick it up with Billy. Billy's got a live on-the-air stream, and there's a ton of people listening to this thing on there, and some of them are commenting on it. So have fun. I'll be kind of here. I'm not going away, but let somebody else do it. W2 very weak, and I mean that.
Well, you're not weak here. The 392, the needle's over on the right, literally pegged. You're sounding good. I don't want to hog this thing, and Billy, go ahead, take over, and I'll just drift back to the background and answer questions if they're directed at me. If not, I'm going to start cleaning this. The vehicle's in the driveway. It's up to my 160-foot antenna. A Dave W2VW designed antenna, which is still up after all these years, as you know, Dave. And running on a 60 cycle, 120 cycle full wave power supply that's supposed to be just charging the batteries and running off. But these old GRC 19s, these military radios, will run on anything. Well, thanks for letting me in here. W2BTK, N1BCG, W2BW, and a host of others. This is KG2IR.
Yeah, all right, Nick. No, the stories are great, man. I could just listen to those for a long time. And then you get to playing some of those recordings that you have. Those are great too on a digicart. But yeah, one of the people in the chat here, I'm running like a live stream on the internet of, you know, just my operating position. You see the pan adapter, waterfall, everything that's going on. And yeah, the one guy in here said that Steely Dan's one of his favorite musicians, and he became a fan of Larry Carlton because of them. But yeah, lots of good stories and history and this and that. I don't know. Clark's been real quiet. I figure that maybe we'll pawn it off on him. W2BTK.
Using this valuable time to catch up on emails.
Yeah, don't drift off any place, Nick. We don't get content like this on here all the time. Anybody that doesn't appreciate it, I'm sorry I don't have the video up, but
yeah, that was a slap.
And it's the biggest butts that make the difference.
But what? Yeah, no, man, yeah, so, you know, Nick, don't go anywhere. If you got any interesting stories, I mean, like, you're not hogging it. It's, everybody's listening.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Well, I'm so long in the tooth, I won't say you're on the other side of the age spectrum, but when you put enough years into various areas, you have a lot of stories to tell, and you try to remember them as they happen. But of course, as you get to my age, and I just turned 81 this past May, the end of May, things start to run together or you forget things, but so far not too bad. And my wife is writing a lot of this stuff down. She's doing a family novel for the grandkids and hopefully someday great-grandkids. So, but there was a lot of things that went on in our lives, so now we have stories to tell. That's about all that's left.
statute of limitations is up.
Yeah, you're right. We could say a lot of things, especially from work. There ain't nobody around. Now, people ask me, I'm trying to get a couple of people started in broadcast and in production. And they said, do you have any contacts? I said, most of the people I know are either retired or dead.
And they were half dead back then.
This is true, but now we can say things like that.
Man, you've been around so much so, I mean, like, did you tell me that you installed or helped, like, build the music production engineering studios at Berkeley?
No, I was actually a consultant. Yeah, I guess I did contribute. I didn't swing a hammer or beat up a soldering iron, but when, if you remember, I don't know if he was there when you were there, Don Palouse, who was, he was part of our team at Columbia Records. In fact, he's the guy that did a lot of the engineering with Curcio and all the other guys that on Earth, Wind and Fire and stuff. Anyway, he became the chair of the department, and there was a host of others. And they were using a synchronizing system that really didn't work. It was Adam's synchronizer system, and we changed it over. I got involved in that, the multi-track, you know, to bolt multi-tracks together to make 48 or even up to 96 tracks that would all run at hopefully the same place at the same speed. But anyway, I got involved in that. I got involved in some consoles, and of course I was running Studer for the East Coast. And I became a part of the alumni that put a lot of the MP&E, if you remember the name of the department, Music Production Engineering. And that did and is still doing quite well. But a lot of the guys are gone, and I'm not sure when you went. I know it can't be too long ago. And I think by that time Don Palouse was retired. But he was the first head of the music, the MP&E program. And it was through him that he contacted me and a couple others, and we kind of advised on the how the whole system would be put together, recommended, helped purchase, acquire, sometimes with the college advertising and whatnot. And I still remember we had a big concert. I'm trying to remember, this had to be in the 80s, with Al Jarreau, Phil Collins, there was one other. They get the honorary doctorate, you know, and they go in that massive hall. It's all wired for live recording, which was stuff that we also consulted. And we went to that thing, and you know, the students write all the arrangements, compositions, play in the group, lead the groups, and it was quite a spectacular happening. I don't know if you ever met Lee Burke and his wife. A lot of people don't realize Berkeley College is really Lee Burke's name upside down or backwards. It's not Berkeley like in California. Anyway, it was a great, fun project, and I did it over a period of years, in and out. So that's how I was tied into that. You know, I really didn't do the day-to-day stuff by any means.
Yeah, the Berkeley Performance Center, the BPC, right there on Mass Ave. I lived next door to it in the dorms for a while. And Lee Burke was still the president when I went there my first year, but then Roger Brown took over. And he's stepping down now because of, well, I think it might have something to do with some political stuff he was doing during these riots. I don't know if you heard about that, but I was not very impressed with his behavior, and I think he realized that he's stepping down. So Berkeley's getting a new president next year, I believe. But yeah, Lee Burke. We all knew that. Well, at least I did, because he was the president of Berkeley. Man, pretty cool. A lot has changed up there, though, I think, since I've been there. They built a giant skyscraper there on Mass Ave next to the 150 Mass Ave dorms. It was a McDonald's when I was there. Now it's a skyscraper. So a lot of, I don't know, big bucks being spent and this and that. I haven't gone back to Boston in a long time to see it, but I'm sure it's pretty cool. I just, yeah, some of the political stuff going on there is a little silly. I'm not very impressed with it, but, you know, whatever. It's a college, so, what? W2BTK.
Yeah, and as you know, there's a lot of money in that college, and you know what it's like to try to get in, where you have to, just to get into the MP&E. I don't know if it's still the same back when I was involved. You had to have a year of music and a good portfolio before you could even get into production. It was really tight. There's a lot of students. And what I used to witness is a lot of foreign students, the same as my old school, NYU. They're the ones that have the bucks and the interest to go further past, you know, the 4-year program and go to postgraduate status and move on. But a lot of great artists came out of there. Pat Metheny was going there at the time that I was involved. And then when I ran Power Station in New York, he was an artist on a label that came in and recorded at the studio. So that was nice to see that whole progression. But anyway, enough of the old stuff. A lot of people are not even sure what, you know, we're referring to, because you witnessed it because you went to the school. But Lee, you know, talk about politics. Let me tell you, Lee and his wife were tied into everything. I remember my one and only time I was invited to the Harvard Club, and my wife couldn't go because it was, you know, all men, where we had a luncheon, and it was really, you know, a little funky feeling going into that place. And sitting down in this place that's got quite a bit of history. But it was a lot of fun, and it's just something to talk about. Anyway, I've talked enough. You guys carry on. This is KG2IR.
No, this is great, Nick, and, you know, we don't get content like this a lot on these frequencies lately, so I'm just thrilled to listen. I mean, as long as you want to talk, I'm riveted. Honestly, like, if you've got any more stories, you know, I don't know. Clark shares my thinking about it, but I mean, geez, I'm glad I caught you on here.
I second that.
Well, Dave, I haven't spoken to you in a while, so it's good to hear you. And Clark's got a lot of interesting stories. I've heard him over the past bunch of months relating to some great stuff he broadcast. But yeah, it was a fun trip. I enjoyed it. We're always up there. I love Boston. We have a lot of fun up there. You know, we had a couple of places that we were staying on Boylston Street. And I did rebuild. I'm trying to think of some work that I did up there. I did some on 125 Western Avenue, which is the old TBH site. But more importantly, this was a fun project. It was, you know, the Prue building. I guess the Prue building isn't the tallest building there anymore with this new high-rise that you talked about. But on the 50th floor was WBCN 104.3 when it was a real station. And they had a lot of money. And the guy that owned it decided he wanted to go quad. Hey, Clark, you remember Quadrasonic? I had to design and build Quadrasonic consoles that the jock or the engineer would just grab one fader, and it was 4 channels that came up and went down again, and everything was matrix SQ. And of course, we did all 3 rooms. They had 3 control rooms, and that was quite a project. But the big thing I remember about that project was it's on the 50th floor, and guess where the transmitter was? On the 50th floor, right across the hall. They're blasting out mucho kilowatts of power on FM, and I had a hell of a time trying to keep a lot of the RF out of the consoles, because these are really wideband consoles. They were made by API, and a lot of the API consoles were made, the frames were metal, but the cabinetry obviously was a composite wood that looked like mahogany. And we had to literally take the consoles apart, pull everything out of them, and use copper flashing soldered together with bronze wire, which is a bronze screen, to make shields up. And then I had scopes looking on the outputs of these consoles, and I was seeing all these strange RF patterns. And I remember, I said, wait a minute, this is not BCN signals. I'm looking at a frequency spectrum. It's nowhere near 104.3. And I realized, and I turned around to the chief engineer, who Tim knows, and we will talk about him. And I said, what is all this RF? He says, well, we have a little problem here. He says, there's a lot of antennas up on the roof, and they're not ours. So I said, well, let's go up and see. He said, well, if we go up there, you're going to see a little activity. We went up on the roof, and we weren't there probably more than 3 or 4 minutes, and about 4 or 5 guys showed up asking us what we were doing up there. There's a lot of CIA, NSA, and all that other stuff up beyond repeaters up there, so they had them up there. I was seeing them on the ground plane of the console. But I finally got the whole thing to work on all 3 studios, and it went on. And one day, you guys that know anything about microphones, I had bought 2, I still have one, Neumann U47. These are tube microphones that are worth a ton of money. And they had them hanging on a boom, and this guy who was, I don't want to even mention his name, probably if Timmy's listening, he knows who it is, because he was quite a character. I said, what are you doing? He said, oh yeah, we're getting all new tape machines, we're getting new 4-channel tape machines, we're getting, new turntables, and we're going to put all new microphones. I said, well, what are you going to do with these microphones? Oh, we're going to get rid of them. So I said, well, I see the 2 microphones I'd be interested in. Do you think you'd be willing to sell those things? He says, yeah, let me check with the owner and everything. He'd come back to me the next time I was up there. And I was flying, Clark, you'll enjoy this, I was flying back and forth from Farmingdale to Boston, Logan, and Hanscom in a twin-engine Comanche. Anyway, he says, yeah, they're for sale. You want them? $600. I said, $600 a piece? He said, no, $600 for the both of them. Now, these were U47s that go for big buckos, big, really, really big buckos. And that time, they were probably worth about $2,000 a piece or something like that. And they didn't cost that when they were new. And I quickly wrote out a check and very quietly put them away in my luggage and everything, so when I left, I had them. But I sold them to Foghat Studios here on Long Island, and they used them for quite a number of years, and I wish I hadn't sold them, but I walked away with a couple of prizes out of that deal. And he just decided he was going to change everything, including microphones. Now, these things were hung once. They were bought out of Gotham Audio, hung on the booms. In fact, the coil cord that went from the power supply to the console, as soon as you did anything with it, it just, all the insulation just flaked off and everything, because that stuff hadn't been moved in years. However, and that goes from a Tuchel connector to an XLR, and the B plus Tuchel connector and that cable, which was made out of a plastic that's still good today. In fact, I kept one of the extension cords, and it's still pliable today. Don't know what it's made out of. But I got everything that went with that. He said, oh, wait a minute, I still have we have the manuals in the engineering department, we got this, we got that, and I got the walnut boxes and all. Oh yeah, I'll take everything you got. So that was that was a great trip. KG2IR. So there's another story for you, Billy.
Man, yeah, the U47, it's like that's the one everyone drools over. And I was curious about that because I know there's a big power supply you need with it, and that answers my question. But man, You got two of them for $600. You hear that? If there's any like music production people listening, yeah, $600 for two U-47s. Gosh, man, I don't know what to say about that. Yeah, you probably should have held on to them, but hey, if you sold them to a recording studio, you know that they got a lot of use and probably made a lot of good records. So there's that. But dang, man, the whole story with the shielding the API console from the stuff that you were probably not supposed to be hearing, yeah, that's well, like I said, we rarely get content like this, so I'm just trying to make the most of it.
Well, you know, most people are not interested and don't want to hear it anyway, but since you were interested, I figured I'd tell the story. And you know the area real well. Of course, BCN is a shell of what it once was. And it was a great station, too. Very popular back then. And this was, I'm trying to think when this was. This had to be, holy mackerel, late 70s? Probably the yeah, I think so. Mid-70s to late 70s. I don't know when Quadrasonic they were trying to get that to work, but it never did. And they spent a lot of money, and it ended up being a 2-track console. We just shut down channels 3 and 4. And I think that thing stayed up there until BCN moved out of the Prue building. But putting a transmitter on the 50th floor is not a smart idea.
It went the way of mobile TV.
All right, go ahead, make fun of me. That was my last project. What the hell happened to that? Did they finally disband that?
Well, there's nothing wrong with your part of it. There's just a lot of other things that were only experimental, and then they encoded it. You know the rest. It wasn't pretty. Yes, and the only broadcast radio stations that are any good anymore, Clark works for. The rest of them are circling the drain.
Yeah, there was never any money in it.
Clark like single-handedly saved his station. I mean, that was not gonna, it just wasn't gonna be. He ran it out of his house for, what was that, like over a month. He was off the air. He was using his antenna for that. So yeah, I mean, we're lucky to have guys like you and Clark around, and well, Dave too. Just radio, man.
Yeah, it was radio with Dave and I involved. It was radio and TV. Anyway, I'm bringing back memories because now I'm starting to talk about something I don't want to. So I'm trying to. I gotta go in. I'm standing out in the driveway now. That was fun here. So I got the Hummer backed up to garage bay number 2. And standing in the back, and the UPS guy just came to drop off a package, and he's looking at me standing here on the driveway, an RE16 with an NBC flag on it, talking to somebody, and he's wondering what the hell I'm doing.
Can you take a picture? You should be carrying your iPhone, right? Can you take a picture and put it up, along with the video of this? That'd be great. There's a lot of people out there in the internet world listening to this right now, and it's going to be put up on YouTube. So that'd be kind of cool if you could.
Well, I'll go get Caddy. She's got the, I don't have an iPhone. I'm not one of those guys, that have iPhones. I have a Droid smartphone. Anyway, let me go find her. She's got her tablet. She'll take the picture, and I got to get a phone number to email it to, text number or whatever you want me to do with it. But I'll get her to take the picture.
All right. Well, you know what? You could send it via email to my email if that works. But yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, that's great hearing all this stuff. And yeah, I learned right here on 3885 that the radio business, when it was deregulated, really was going down the drain. And I thought, it'd be really cool to get involved in all that. But no, I heard people complaining about it. There was a bunch of people in the business, especially Timmy. And it's like, I don't need this. But TV, years ago, Like now, it's where the radio business was 25 years ago.
Hi, Nick. Is he still up?
Yep. So TV's going the same way, but it's delayed past radio. Over.
Yeah, well, I'm on the sidelines of that. Although I've been doing a few things here and there. I did something up at 47 West 66. I had to go up there again at the broadcast center. And I've got some things going on. In fact, my grandson, who's now 23, graduating from Full Sail, he's going to go to work for Lauren at 524 East, 57th Street. Whenever they open up that thing, it's still closed up, although they opened up some of the studios at CBS. So I've been talking to her. Boy, and her daughters are getting big. And her husband is now a lieutenant at Bedford Police Department. I mean, things are just moving right along.
Oh wow, that's great, Lauren. Yeah, she was great people. Wow. Yeah, time flies, huh? Yeah, you're making me feel old.
Yeah, you were a youngster when you came to NBC. Look what happened to you.
Huh?
I still remember, I don't know how that all happened, but I remember, I forgot where you were working, but, we were talking to each other because we had the common denominator of ham radio. And you said, well, if you want to come up, I'll give you the tour. And you got on the bus and you came up to Port Authority, walked over to 30 Rock, and I said, it took you, I think I spent about 2 or 3 hours with you. And I said, wow, this is really great, but it's so far from my house. I said, welcome to the club. We're all from somewhere else. So I said, you want to work here? Yeah, that would be great. And, you had such a great background and just unbelievable knowledge. So I said, well, if you come in through the wire shop, give me about 6 months. And I think it took less than that.
Well, I was, when the hell was that? April or May of 2005. And I didn't set foot in that place to work until it was just over a year. I remember interviewing there, and Archie and your friend there, what was his name? A guy he had a real personality. Those guys interviewed me, and I showed them pictures of the final that BTK is using right now. He's not using it now. I think he's barefoot, but he's got that amp. And I built that, of course, for a guy with no eyesight. And I had pictures of that along with my other stuff. And I said, this is what I do for fun and profit. And Archie said to me, well, if somebody's transmitter stops working, do they call you? I said, well, yeah, they do. And they both looked at me like but they were like, well, this guy's either really good at what he does or he's full of crap. Let me prove VW.
Well, you never were. I had great confidence in you. You did well. Really proud of our association all through that time. And I made Archie would say he's the guy, but the other guy, which I won't mention his name, his brother worked up in videotape. He was a young clown, but and he got past him. That was the good part. And you did well, and obviously your credentials show it. Someday I'd like to tell the story about when you became chief engineer of Transmitter. That was a fun happening that I was a little concerned about, but you proved it once again. You knew what you were doing.
Yeah, that was a blast, man. That was a great run, and it wouldn't have happened if it weren't for you. And anyway, thanks for the memories. Hey, it's a guy showed up here with a mask, and we got our dinner delivery. And say hello, Ada.
Hi.
We're gonna chow here. So we'll be listening, and yeah, get a picture to Nick and send it to me. We'll superimpose it somehow on the video here at the appropriate place. Great running into you, and I might even get on here during the day sometime. I hate doing that for a number of reasons. The worst of which is Ada's doing her high finance stuff here from home, and QRO radio and all that. I don't want to. When the internet quits working, I don't want to be the person who did it, even though it's not me, it's somebody else. So I'll be listening. Thank you, Clark and Nick and Billy. W2 very weak. Going for chow. Hi to Caddy, Nick. It's been fun. Thank you.
Yeah, well, same here. So, thanks, guys, for letting me in here. And I heard Ada before. Ada, if you can hear me, how are you? It's been a while. We should be doing dinner in Kutztown again sometime. That was a fun night. And good to hear all the great stories that Dave's been telling me when we talk on the phone. So congratulations and carry on. Carry in, carry over from an old MASH episode. I got to get out of here. I'll get her to take some pictures and I'll take it. I'm good at that. And I'll send it to your email address. This is KG2IR. Boy, this power supply, this toroid, one of those Antec toroids that I designed to power supply. Boy, this thing is really getting warm. It has no battery backup. I'll talk to you guys later. This is KG2IR.
Yeah.
Bye, Nick. We definitely want to get together. Cold Springs, New York.
The Antec toroids are crap. I would never use one. Hello, how's it sound? Thank you. W2VW.
Yeah, aren't those supposed to be modulation transformers?
That's funny, Clark. That's how they started out when we discovered this guy in New Jersey that was making these things, and it was, I think, Stu, AV2EZ, that decided he was going to try it out as a modulation transformer. And the way I found out, I think this guy used to, maybe still does it, and I don't think he's in the same place. He used to buy these things from China with no secondary, and then he would wind the secondary du jour, you know?
That's, well, that's what Dave's doing over there, and that's what I'm doing over here right now. But, Dave, I'll catch you later. Nick, I mean, I'm just thinking about this. I'm sitting here listening. There's 3, and not like nobody broadcast engineers, 3 like real deal broadcast engineers on here right now telling stories, and this is it for me. I mean, this is great. And if you could take that picture, Nick, please, of you out there with the mic and the NBC flag. I'm gonna make a YouTube video of this stuff, and I'd like to put that on there. So send it over to Dave, to his email or whatever. And Clark, I know you probably have some stories and stuff. Like, I don't know if you want to add to it. Maybe, like, I don't know, how you saved your station and ran it out of your house. That might be a good one. But I mean, let's keep this going. This is amazing. 3 like for real broadcast engineers on the frequency at the same time telling stories. You can't beat that. W2BTK.
Well, I'll tell you where to send the check if you'd like. Anyway, I gotta go find my wife so she can take the picture. I think we're having dinner on the patio, so she might be out there on a barbecue. So I gotta go find her. I'll be back. And thanks for letting me in here. It's always good to hear you guys. I feel like the signals are really good. I've gotten on a few times in the morning, and it's just immediately the bottom fills out when the propagation goes south very, very nicely during the summertime. Anyway, I'll be back. Stay tuned. Film at 11.
All right, Nick. Hey, Clark, you want to pick it up? You got any stories? Come on, man.
I'm trying to find out why this SWR meter is not working right.
Oh, come on. Can you tell the story of, like, your station, what happened, what you did for that place? Because, I mean, I can edit this up a little bit, but I'd really like to have it on there.
What did I do?
Come on, man.
Who else is on frequency? Did everyone leave? Dave and Nick left, both at the same time? What's up with that?
This is K2XAM. I just came on frequency. I'm sitting here listening. I once was a broadcast engineer, or maybe still am. I don't really remember.
See, there you go.
Hey, what's going on, W2BTK? Well, I'm I'm running a little recording right here. You got any good stories? That you'll make number 4, and I'm just an innocent bystander.
Stories about what? The general mayhem of trying to keep multiple radio stations in multiple markets on the air all at the same time, with disc jockeys and managers that really ought to be doing something else, like working at Walmart. Is that what you're asking?
Uh-huh.
I don't even know where to start, only because it's all just a giant blur, which I'm sure Clark can relate to.
Clark's being difficult.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to get this SWR meter working.
See, now that is the story of every broadcast engineer's life, of we're always trying to get something working. And then there's never any time to work on our own stuff because we're always working on somebody else's stuff. That's the big story in a nutshell. So I don't know, I could start out from when I was a kid. I was working at a station in Albany, primarily as a board op and that sort of thing. Trying to get my foot in the door and get started in radio. And this, the guy who was the station manager was a pretty cool guy. And you got to go back to, this is 1979, okay, that this story is from. So I'm a kid, probably 15 years old. The guy who's the station manager, well, let me back into this. They gave me mic cables and headphones and stuff like that to fix, and I knew how to solder, and I was pretty good at that, and I had, worked on tube amps and stuff like that. So this one day in the afternoon, the guy who's the station manager calls me, and he says, "Can you have your mom bring you down to the radio station?" And he says, more specifically, "Come to the studio." He goes, "Can you have her take you to the transmitter?" And I'm like, "Yeah, can you give me some directions or something to the transmitter?" Because I had never been to the transmitter. Although we had a tower that was right on what they call, I think, Freebie 90 in Albany. It was off that. And he says, "You can see the tower from the highway. Just keep driving towards it, and eventually you'll come to it." And I'm like, "All right." And so it takes my mom, this is during rush hour traffic. In non-rush hour traffic, it's about a 40-minute ride. So it takes us about an hour. I grab what tools and stuff I have and go. I've never seen a transmitter. I'm a dumb kid. I'm in, like 9th or 10th grade or something, and I get to the transmitter site. The guy who's the manager is there, and he's like, it went off and it won't come back on. And I'm like, all right, let's look at it. And so we look at it. It's a CCA, 1 kilowatt AM, and back in those days, the class 4 frequencies ran a kilowatt day and 250 at night. And so, I end up getting the thing taken apart, look at it, and find that the driver tube is not lit. It's a 6146. I scavenge around the transmitter building for another 6146. Put one in. I don't know anything about tuning transmitters. I know nothing. I'm looking at the book, and I figure no damage can be done getting the transmitter on at 250 watts. And so that's what I end up doing. I run it at 250 watts. Eventually, they do get a hold of the guy who's the station engineer, who was a contract guy. And I realized why he didn't call him back right away years and years later. And that was that they more than likely ended up owing the guy some money. And so when you were a contract guy and you had a pager, you didn't necessarily drop what you were doing to call back the guy that owed you money. So there you go. That's one of many broadcast engineering stories. I can let Clark jump in. I just had another one come to mind, but I'll let Clark jump in. And I don't remember everybody's call letters. This is K2XAM in the group.
Yeah, I figured the story was over when you said CCA.
Well, the CCA kilowatt AM is not a bad transmitter. I've had a number of those transmitters in use. In fact, there's still one in use as a full-time everyday transmitter in Little Falls, New York, which kind of blew my mind. I used to take care of that station as well outside of Utica, and a year or two ago, their engineer, who takes care of a bunch of that particular company's stations now, was in our shop. And I said, hey, is the CCA still in the building? And he says, yeah, it's the transmitter. And I said, are you joking? When Clear Channel owned the station, they didn't go out and buy something new? And he goes, no, they must have not have felt that it was, that the station was worth it, being that it wasn't even in really a market. It was just on the outskirts of town. So those can still, run. I don't know that I'd want some of the FM gear. In fact, I actually own in my collection a couple of those CCA AM1000Ds, and they're not a half bad little transmitter.
Well, that's good to know, because a friend of mine, Blaine, N1GTU, has one, which he is trying to restore. It's missing a whole bunch of parts. So, if you've got, and there's no manual, so it's sort of like, let's just all figure this out. So if you guys ever get connected together, I'm sure he's going to have a whole bunch of questions if you're familiar with the 1000D and one BCG.
One BCG, this is K2XAM. We'll just have him give us a call at the shop. I have the manual. I don't really want to parts out either unit that I have because they're pretty much together in workable units. In fact, one of them is probably going to get put up for sale at some point this summer. I have several broadcast rigs that need to be put back together after getting them from transmitter sites. Tomorrow's project is going to be getting an BTA-1MX back together that we picked up from a station back in November, and it's been out in our warehouse where it's just been too cold to work during the winter, and the thing was just a little bit too tall to get through the door to our shop, where we have, all the comforts of home and, heat and air conditioning. So that's tomorrow's project, is to try to get that thing put back together. And that one I would like to see go. I have since acquired a couple of other Gates transmitters that I really want to hang on to. So some of the stuff that I'm finding extraneous is going to be going away soon. But certainly, Clark, you've got our phone number and my email and so forth at the shop. Have him give me a call, and we can probably photocopy the manual and bits and pieces and so forth like that. N1BCG, this is K2XAM in the group.
Fine business, Wilco.
Yeah, and I think it's Kevin. I looked you up. This is W2BTK Bill in New Jersey here, just listening to all these stories and pretty riveted. So you said that another story came to mind, and since this has been going on frequency, we had Nick, KG2IR, Dave, W2VW, Clark, and yourself. I'd like to keep it going. I mean, I'm fascinated by this. So if you got another story, I'm listening.
Well, I can come up with stories. It's just that they take a while, to remember. So there was one where I was in the Albany and Glens Falls market, and I lived in Saratoga County. and was taking care of stations in the Albany market, Glens Falls, Rutland, Utica, Rome, and wherever else. I had lived in Maine for a while, so occasionally I ended up getting called to go back up to Maine and do stuff. But this one day, the station that I was at quite often, in that, they had hired me to be there, all the time on a contract basis, calls me. I think it was maybe a Sunday morning, and it's something like 30 below out. And you come up here, the transmitter is on, but there's no audio. I'm like, okay, all right, we can do that. So it's like 30 below, and to get up to the site, it was on West Mountain. You rode a chairlift. So I go to the station to meet the guy who's the program director. We're going to go up to the drive to the ski resort area, and his wife had given us this quilt or some sort of quilt or whatever to throw on ourselves on the chairlift. And of course, both of us are wearing like everything, 2 winter hats and a set of gloves and all of that. Sure enough, the transmitter's on. We're able to take readings, all of that stuff, but there's not an ounce of audio on it. And so we end up riding the chairlift up with this giant quilt thing over the top of us and get off the lift, go into the transmitter building, and, all the readings look good. And all I ended up doing, I always ended up carrying a Walkman and a headset with me. And I walk up to the side of the transmitter, and I make a fist and pound it as hard as I can on the side. And the audio comes back on. And I'm like, let's get out of here. It's 30 below zero. So that one's back on. All good. The station that owed me money had called and said they couldn't get the transmitter back on. It had gone off sometime in the night. And keep in mind, they owed me money. And so I said to him, look, the other station I take care of needs help. They're on, but they have no audio. I can take a look at you later. And I said, go over to the remote control and hit channel 2 and raise, or channel 1 and raise was filament. Channel 1 and raise, and leave it on for like a half an hour so the tube can get warmed up. So hopefully the transmitter can get warmed up. And then after a half an hour, hit 2 and raise and see if the transmitter comes up. So supposedly they did that, and they called back, after I got back from the first station off the mountain. They're paging me again. They're like, look, it still won't come on. I'm like, okay, go to channel 1 and hit raise, and in a half an hour, hit 2 and raise. And they're like, okay, all right. And I said, I'll head over. Keep in mind, those guys owed me money. So I head over to the station, and I go, did you hit 1 and raise and then wait a half an hour? And the guy's like, yeah, we did that. All right. And I go, really? Did you do that? So I go, well, if you hit 1 and raise, theoretically, it's been on for the filaments have been on for at least maybe a half an hour to an hour now. And let's hit 2 and raise. So I hit 2 and raise, and absolutely. I end up hitting 1 and raise, and I sit there for a half an hour hanging out, doing nothing, go over to the remote control, hit 2 and raise, and wow, you just wouldn't believe it. The transmitter comes back on. And it was like, well, that was great, because at least I didn't need to go traipsing through the woods to get to that. And that particular site was you go traipsing through the woods site. There was no road, not even remnants of like a gravel road to get up there. I suppose there had been once upon a time. And so, there you go. There's a couple stories for you. This is K2 XAM in the group.
Wow, man. Yeah, unfortunately, there's some people in there trying to QRM or whatever, but man, yeah, I'm recording all of this. This is just all fascinating. I mean, you don't get too often to hear stuff like this. So thank you, Kevin. And geez, Clark, I really wish that you would contribute something, because well, I mean, like, let's face it, 4 different broadcast engineers on here telling stories. Like, when do you get content like this? For real, W2BTK.
Pretty much every day at the NAB conventions in Las Vegas. So I'm all broadcast story talked out.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Did that op say gentleman? I think that's he's talking on a different QSO.
Hi, Kurt. I know I am folks over there. What I want to hear about this is W4IPC.
I think if you back down the audio, that's great, because you're 50% single sideband.
This radio is not set up for AM.
Legible on AM, Connor, and we're friends. You need carrier. One of those contest guys screwed it up so you can't use it on AM. I'm enjoying listening to all this. This is great. W2VW. And I'm on frequency, so I got to stop transmitting.
What frequency?
I heard some belching, though. Was that Timmy?
Is that his sounder? Is that the Timtron sounder, a belch?
He's been doing broadcast engineering even longer than I have. And he's got stories, and lots of stories. And Clark is right. When we're out in Las Vegas at the NAB show, and I'm sorry, Clark and I have never met each other face to face out in Vegas, but everybody that comes to Vegas is there's really a couple of groups of people. One is the station managers and owners that come to Vegas, and they're looking for prices, and conversations with them usually last 30 seconds or less, and they go something like this: how much is this, and how soon can I get one, and do you have financing available? Those are questions from owners and station managers, or station mismanagers, as I like to call them. And so that's that conversation. But then the other group of people that shows up at the NAB show in Las Vegas is the broadcast engineers. And all of the broadcast engineers usually end up getting together at some point or another, and the stories just start, because all of us have stories. Whether you've got lightning stories, or the mice that got in the transmitter, or a snake that got in the transmitter stories. I mean, there's just stories upon stories upon stories, and that's just the way it is. I used to own a little AM station in Cobleskill back in the 90s, and I owned it for 13 months, and in that 13 months, I ended up losing $40,000. So station ownership is not for me. But one of the interesting things about the particular transmitter site we had was that it had snakes in the building. And I don't know anything about snakes except that they seem to manage to get underneath the rectifier stacks in the BC1T. And at the time, a station that I was working for in Rome, New York, had a BC500T that they wanted gone. So they gave it to me, and I did a frequency change on it and put it on my frequency, which was 1190. And then we had a little 20 or 30 watt LPB just for giggles and grins, or for when everything else hit the fan. So one Saturday morning, I was on the air doing my morning show, because I did a little bit of everything at the station and contract engineered everywhere else. And the BC1T went down. I thought, well, there's nothing unusual about that. There's more than likely a snake ended up getting in the transmitter. No problem. So I get on the phone, call up the remote control, put the BC500T on. That's on for maybe 15 minutes or a half an hour, and then that goes off. I'm like, all right, call up the remote control again, put the little LPB 20-watt solid-state unit on the air. Put a reel of tape on, so that something's on the air while I go out to the transmitter site. So I go out to the transmitter site, take the back door off of the T, look around, realize that, the thing's broken again, the fuses are blown. All right, when the fuses are blown, that means the snake got underneath the rectifier stack. Shut the breaker off, get my long needle nose pliers, take this dead snake out, wing them out the door, put some fuses in the transmitter, turn the breaker back on, wait a minute for the tubes to warm up, and put the transmitter back on. Go over to the 500 watt, the BC 500T, same thing. Pull another dead snake out, replace the fuses, and, confirm that it can go back on the air. Leave the building, go back and finish my morning show. That was a Saturday morning. That wasn't, unfortunately, the only time that ever happened. In fact, it got to the point where I just wanted to kill all of the snakes in the transmitter building, so I just left the back door off of both transmitters so they would both have easier access and hopefully wipe the whole population out rather quickly. But that's what went on in Cobleskill, in addition to all of the other shenanigans and stories. Oh, about the time, if you're really interested in stories, I was working for a 25,000 watt FM in Rome, New York. And the station used to go off the air pretty much once a week on a Saturday morning. And I don't know if somebody would hit a power pole or what the situation was, but it would consistently go off the air, and it was usually a Saturday morning. So a lot of times on a Saturday morning, I would get a call that the station's off the air. And I'd be like, okay. And it would take me a couple hours to get out there. And, of course, I had to find somebody to finish doing the morning show, or just tell them they had to wait until, after 9 when the next guy showed up to kind of take over, taking care of my station. And so to get that transmitter back on the air, you had to go out to the transmitter site, push the plate on button, and kick the front of the transmitter as hard as you could, because the plate on contactor would hang up. And so I did this week after week after week, and I went to this old lady that owned the station, and I'm like, we need a new plate on contactor for those things, that your guys could put this back on remote control. And I said, I priced it out. It was like $700 back at the time. And she's like, well, no, we can't afford that. And I'm like, what do you mean you can't afford it? You pay me for an emergency call almost every weekend, if not every other weekend. And so, a couple of emergency calls is going to end up paying for this new plate-on contactor. No, you can't have it. All right, whatever. And it's like, again, another station owner or station mismanager of like, I'm trying to put myself out of work. And it was just, you got to be kidding me. And those are just, many, many stories like it. Just around and around small market radio, not wanting to spend the money, and all sorts of stuff like that. W2BTK says K2XAM in the group.
Wow, WSCM.
Well, I guess it's not common to just the broadcast industry. I see all that kinds of crap too. I'm an electrician, but yeah, mismanagement happens all the time. It's like unbelievable that, they'll pay for people to come out and do stuff like all the time to save, they'll pay hundreds or thousands of dollars for that to save tens of dollars on a part or a piece of material. I guess that happens everywhere.
Yep, sad to say, Bruce. It does. A lot of it's insanity, and I just got to the point where I started just telling clients of like, look, I don't really want to go out on a Saturday morning. I don't want to go out at 3 o'clock in the morning. We're just going to buy the parts. We're going to do it. We're going to do it right. We're going to make it reliable. Then I ended up getting called into a station, and this is back in the mid to late 90s, I think about 1998. I get called. It was actually pretty funny how it happened. The guy that I worked for up in Rutland, where I had been for quite a while, called a staff meeting one day to tell all of us that he had bought into this group of stations out of Williamsport, which included stations in, I think, Olean and Elmira and maybe somewhere else. And so I didn't really know the owner. I had never met him before. So at the end of this staff meeting, I went to him and I said to him, is there any chance? I said, I'm your engineer here. I've been here for a few years, through station managers and so forth. These stations in Williamsport and or Elmira, would they, have any need of engineering services and so forth? And he was, he says, I don't really know, give me your phone number and so forth. And that was before I had email, right? It's about 1998. I didn't quite have a computer yet. And he goes, if we need you, we'll get back to you. So he calls me this, like months later on like a Friday afternoon, and he goes, what are you doing tomorrow? And I go, well, I'm actually getting married, And he goes, what are you doing on Sunday? And I go, well, probably nothing. He goes, would you take a ride down to Elmira, which was like a 4-hour trip from Glens Falls where I was living. And he says, would you take a trip down to Elmira? He says, we got a mic module back from the manufacturer. It was repaired. And he says, I've had 5 different engineers in here, and nobody can figure out what the problem is. He goes, it just doesn't, they're telling me it just doesn't sound right. And I said, okay, all right, fine. So I drive down to Elmira. They tell me to be there at 10 o'clock at night on Sunday night because they can take the station off the air and nobody's really going to care. So I meet the program director and go into the studio, and I go, all right, we're both putting on headphones and stuff. Read a weather forecast, do something. I don't care what you do, but do something that takes about 30 seconds of talk so I can hear what's going on, what's not going on, what's happening with this. And so I hear it, and there's this weird phase shift thing going on. And so I go to the guy, I go, look, do you have a manual for this console somewhere that you can go dig up? And he goes, yeah, sure, let me go get it. Well, in that studio, they had audio processing for the microphone, which had a compressor and limiter and so forth. And the mic preamp or mic module for this console, I remembered I had one of these consoles at another station in Albany a few years before, back in the early 90s. So I was vaguely familiar with the console. And so I realized that what was happening was they sent the module back to the manufacturer, and what they ended up doing, there's a row of little dip switches in there, and one of them is for side chain if you are going to feed external mic processing, or for stations that are too poor to have mic processing, you just flip that switch, which was its default position, and it was just a straight mic preamp, no audio processing at all. Well, what had happened was they had the switch flipped to factory default, and you had the mic processing, so there was this phase shift. So I realized what it was. Took the 2 Phillips head screws, one at each end of the module, out of the module, popped it out, and figured out which one of the 4 switches was in this row of switches, put it back together, and in the audition channel, started talking into the headphones. I'm like, perfect. It sounds perfect. So the guy who's the program director comes back with the manual. I go, don't need the manual. Fixed. He goes, no, wait a second. You don't need the manual. You just told me to get the manual. I'm like, yeah, I just figured out what it was where you're getting the manual. And so I explained to him what it was. I said, now, I've just sat in my car for 4 hours to be here. I don't really need to be here for 5 minutes and then go check into the hotel. So what else is it that you need done around here? And he goes, well, we haven't had an engineer here in about a year. And I go, okay. He goes, can you align the heads on the cart machines? Now, cart machines are obsolete at this point, but everybody was still using them in 1998. And all of the commercials were recorded on what they call broadcast carts or cartridges. And many stations had a lot of their music on carts as well, in addition to playing CDs. And so in the studio, we have 6 cart machines, which is, more than sufficient for the average radio station. And he's saying, can you do an alignment on the cart machines? And I go, yeah, sure. I go, got an alignment tape? And he goes, no, we don't. I go, wait here. So I go down to my car, just down a flight of stairs. I think they're on the 2nd story. I come back with a cart alignment tape. And the guy is like, wait a second, you have a cart alignment tape? I go, yeah, this is what I do for a living. I'm a broadcast engineer. This is what I do.
He's a bullshit artist.
He's like, all right, so we went through and aligned all of the cart machines, and I probably got out of there at like 2 o'clock in the morning. Go and stay at the hotel, get into the station the next morning at like 8 in the morning, meet the station manager, who wants to drive me around to all of the transmitter sites, because they had 5 stations. And the most amazing part of the 5 transmitter sites is that only one of the 5 has a working remote control, which is illegal. You need to have a remote control at all of your transmitter sites. And I explained that to this station manager, and I said, look, I'm not the self-appointed police officer. I'm not going to call the FCC, but, it would be in your best interest to get some remote controls in here. And, have me or somebody come and install them and get that done, so that you're legal. And I said, the worst transmitter site you have is the 50,000 watt FM, which I gather is the one that is supporting all of the stations that you have. The 400 watt AM's not helping anything. The 5 kilowatt AM's not doing too much. And both of the 3,000 watt FMs aren't really supporting anything. They're probably sort of supporting themselves. But the 50,000 watt FM is the bread and butter of the station. And there's no remote control, and it's a darned near impossible site to get to in the winter. I said, that one in particular, you want to drop what you're doing right now and get a remote control. He's like, well, there's no money in the budget, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, I'm just talking common sense. I'm not talking FCC rules or budget or anything like that. I'm just talking to, this is your bread and butter. When it blows off the hour in the middle of December, January, February, or March, how are you going to get up here and get to it? Well, we have a 4-wheel drive vehicle, and I'm just looking at how we got to the site. I'm like, I don't think you're getting here in anything less than maybe a helicopter or a snowmobile. But your choice, whatever, So that was probably in August. And in about November, the guy calls me and he goes, hey, you talked to us about getting remote controls and stuff. Would you budget out some remote controls and things, for us? And I said, yeah, I'll get some numbers together for you. I'll get you 2 different manufacturers and 3 different vendors on each. And we'll see, what you end up wanting to go with. And he says, fine. And he goes, would you have any interest in being here? And I go, yeah, but if I'm going to be here, we need to do something quickly with that site that's going to be darn near impossible to get to because it's going to be snowing soon. And he's like, okay. So what I ended up doing at that site is a quick way to get the transmitter on the air was I had him go to Radio Shack. We went to Radio Shack and bought a Radio Shack phone flasher. You plug into a phone line and you could connect a lamp or whatever you want to it so that a light would turn on when the phone rang if you were, kind of a situation where you were hard of hearing, but you could see okay. It was meant for people who were hard of hearing. And so I ended up taking that apart and using the relay in it across, where the remote control would be for played on. And I said, look, here's how this works. Station blows off the air. You call and let the phone ring 2 or 3 times. Transmitter comes back on and stays on. Good for you. It's your lucky day. You saved the trip of coming up here. Transmitter blows off again in 5 or 10 minutes. Call it one more time. Let it ring 2 or 3 times. The transmitter comes back on and stays on. Good, it's your lucky day. If it blows off the air again, do not keep calling it. You're going to start blowing up crap like rectifier stacks, a plate transformer, or other expensive parts that are going to be just expensive and a hassle to get up the mountain that has a pile of snow on it. At that point, you're going to call me or some other engineer and get them to actually make a visit and see what's going on. And so we used that phone flasher for the first winter I was there and pretty much survived the first winter I was there. And then in, I think it was March or April, he, had money set aside in the budget, and we were able to buy remote controls, 5 remote controls for all of the stations, so that we could take readings, again, and we got dial-up remote controls so we could call in. I could call in from Glens Falls and take readings on the Corning stations and find out what was going on. So there you go, another story in the million of stories. W2BTK. This is K2XAM in the group. Somebody else's turn now.
Oh, I'm so piss weak.
Hi, Timmy! We're doing broadcast story time. This is great. We heard from Nick, KG2IR, Dave, W2BW, Kevin, K2XAM. Clark is in there. I didn't have many stories. Timmy, I bet you do. And, again, I'm sorry this is boring, people, but I'm absolutely riveted to this stuff. And, hey, it's been going on for a while. There's a few clear frequencies around. Timmy, you got anything for us, man?
I don't know how well you're hearing me. I have been listening into Kevin, and this is the first time I've had this transmitter on and about this particular station on in probably close to 3 years. I'm on my TCS set, TCS transmitter, TCS receiver, about 30 watts. Just about 30 watts. So I was just curious. And we'll be back with the El Valiente. All we gotta do is do a custom changeover.
Hoping you can get the 600 on so we can
there. Yay. Now I gotta bring up the, let's see why. See if it's there. Yep. So I imagine this is a bit better.
Yeah, you shot up to about a 50 dB SNR, so I'm hearing you just fine.
Okay, fine.
Well, I love telling broadcast engineering tales and all that, listening into Kevin. I'm on the array. It made a huge difference with your signal, Kevin. I'm going to do the old switcheroo. This is the array. This is the 160. The hell am... Turn that off. Getting a little feedback from the TCS. So this is the 165 pole and back on the array. What are you noticing, Kevin?
listening on the QIX site, so you're coming in very good on either. I can pay attention to the ICOM here for a minute if you want to do an A/B comparison again.
Yeah, is there a web SDR site that everyone comes in well on?
SDR, that's cheating, man. All right, why don't you listen locally? I'm on the array. This is the 160 dipole. This is the array. This is the 160 dipole. And this is the array.
Array by 10 dB, Timmy.
Here too.
Wow. And I can see I got too much audio going on here. On the Valiant.
How about that? Dave and Bill are 30 over and everyone else is at the noise level. What's up with that?
Yeah, that was a welcome change. Thank you for firing that up.
Boy, I got a number of tails. It all depends.
W2 very weak.
And, there's tails with BCQ. Then there's tails with WTOS. And there's tails with my first chief engineer's job at WMLO, the Wimelo machine. So take your pick.
I want to hear some BCQ stuff. That's like a big time one.
Yeah, big time for sure. The big transmitter, the Continental has had its share of issues with the bypass capacitor crapping out. And I think it's just a defect in the situation. It's been replaced. This is the third time, maybe fourth. Of course, Continental's response is, well, this is a very rare failure. Well, guess again, and the way I see the failure is that the weight of the PA tube on the screen ring that it sits in is compressing the screen bypass capacitor, which actually is a disc out of Kapton with like silver-plated copper sheet on either side. And it always punches through and breaks down at the outer edge. So I've been involved in a couple of replacements. It's a three-man job, really. You have this little, like a lifting fixture, almost like a gantry, if you will. Yeah, that's the wrong term. Yeah, the PA tube, everything in that transmitter is Vassar cooled. And, so there's only two hollow state devices, the R4, which is a high mu zero bias triode, which is driven by a big solid state broadband power amp. And then there is the PA tube, which is driven. It's a tetrode, very efficient tetrode. So you got to disconnect the water fittings, which are captive, so it doesn't piss water everywhere. And you remove this metal plate from the top of the transmitter cabinet. And then you have the lifting fixture, which is over the transmitter, and it's on a track where you roll it out. There's a little chain fall going down, and you have this chain loop, and you pull it, and it goes around, clink, 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 and picks the tube up and lifts it out of the socket, almost like lifting up a nuclear fuel rod. Then when the bottom of the tube is high enough to where it's clearing the top of the cabinet, I think the transmitter cabinet height is just about 8 feet. It's a tall box. So once it's cleared, you can roll the tube out on the track, the lifting fixture, and then you lower the tube down, and then you drop the tube, not drop it, but you lower it into the shipping container, which is a very safe way of keeping it, and then you move it out of the way. Then you start removing the various clamping chocks that, position the screen ring and provide a little bit of pressure on the screen ring to maintain contact or proper centering with a screen bypass. Problem being is I think the weight of that PA tube, which was close to 200 pounds, is sitting on that screen ring and really compressing things over a period of time. There's stress and it punches through. So I wasn't up there for the last breakdown. Actually, the last two I haven't been there. I've stepped away from it, in large part due to my health condition, and I just am tired of it, So I just kind of backed away. I don't feel like driving over 3 hours to get there, because it's packing everything up. My clothes, my tools. You gotta stop at the supermarket and shop for food, try and figure out how much you need, and then Ian Marcy prepares a fair amount for me when she can, so it's a group effort. And that's just to go away for several days, maybe up to a week. But I really had nothing much to do with the installation or the layout of how it was done. There are other people involved, and there were a number of miscalculations and mistakes made. So the one that could really regale you with tales is Tom, K1ZUC, because Tom's more or less taken my position. And he works, I think, 4.5 or 5 days a week, nights. He does overnights. Because that thing runs 24/7. It's never shut down unless there's a breakdown or it's taken down for maintenance. So he could tell you all the tales and chapter and verse and all the problems. So that's the story. But as far as what Alan calls classic BCQ, I could tell you some horror stories there about the transmitter fires. This W818 LR.
Transmitter fires.
Fire. Oh yeah, Bill's got stories about that too.
Boy, somebody's got a lot of buckshot.
No, that's impossible. You're supposed to ignore that.
Yeah, well, it's an annoyance.
Distortion in some. In New Hampshire. Let's see. No, you go there.
I see. Somebody's hit hard.
Well, that's because a station in Massachusetts that is hawking solid-state transmitter kits never told anybody his negative peak limit or square waves on the negative peak.
Well, then, in that case, needs to back off from it.
The competent radio man would have figured that out by now.
Yeah, and Tim, hate to tell you, but you're wider than KBW tonight. Just turn the audio down a bit. W2JBL, good evening.
Yeah, I am hitting it a little bit hard. Yuri. And I'm on El Valiente.
W2 very weak.
Boy, this thing is sensitive to audio level. This will probably be a little bit better.
I'm sorry, I just away for a second. Yeah, so I've been listening for a while. The Valiente sounds fine. I've been listening to you and Kevin and Clark for a while. These stories about snakes and critters and inaccessible transmitter sites. I come from the two-way industry. I just retired from that. I was, it was 30 plus years in two-way. I did marine radio before that. I got into two-way in the mid-'80s, and at that time, there were still transmitter sites that had no road into them. And maybe they had rats, squirrels, snakes, critters. They were uninsulated. They were basically just outhouses. A lot of transmitter sites were just like somebody put a garden shed up in the woods, and you had to tough it out and climb the mountain through 3 feet of snow, to do the job. And I did public safety. When you do public safety, you can't be off the air, and you can't leave until you're back on the air. It's a whole different ethic. It's a little bit more stringent. But anyway, long story short, by probably the early to mid 90s, I started working for GE initially, and then by the mid 90s I switched over to Motorola. And that's when things started to get better. I think with the advent of cellular, the sites started to get better. Motorola came out with a standard called R56 site grounding and construction standards. And that's when they started to get the hardened buildings and, all these, we used to call them rat sites. The rat sites went away. And what it came down to after that was that, I've owned shops and I've managed shops. It just got to the point that if somebody called you and they had a site like that was inaccessible or any place that was unsafe to work at, we just wouldn't take the work. It just, it wasn't worth it. I wouldn't risk my guys, to do that. But before that, in the Wild West days, and a lot of technicians did it, and still do it, you carry a 22 caliber rifle loaded with 22 long rifle birdshot. And there were plenty of sites where you'd swing the door open, you'd kick the door open in, and just start blasting away at all the rats and mice and critters before you'd go in and work. And that's the way it was for a lot of years, but particularly in the last 10, 15 years I did it. Somebody called you at a site like that, you'd tell them to call somebody else because it just wasn't safe. I had technicians. One guy went up to service a repeater. Where the hell was it? It's up in the Catskills someplace for some EMS agency. No, it was a highway department up in the southern Catskills. Guy brings this repeater back to the shop, and it is a mouse motel. I mean, it's like mouse condos on every level. Packed. It was a 30-inch cabinet, and it was packed with roofing rust, floor to ceiling. And this guy actually got sick. We gave him the thing and said, look, we'll try to save it, take it apart, take the modules or the transmitter, blah, 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 out of the rack. Start cleaning up as best you can. Take the rack out in the garage or outside and hit it with the pressure washer. And the guy got sick. He had the hantavirus. We thought he was going to die. Working at sites like that can kill you or make you sick. Or quit doing two-way radio, W2JBL. I can't match Timmy's half-hour transmission from this morning, but I tried. Yeah, you're good at it too. Oh, yeah.
You gotta be in the right frame of mind if you want to keep up with Timmy.
Well, when you enroll at the TIT, the Timtron Institute of Technology, I was teaching and preaching dynamotor and vibrator technology.
Oh, yeah, I heard all of that. I just ran out of time. I had a commitment in town to go meet somebody, and I couldn't hang out. But I heard it all on my little radio.
All right. Well, I didn't think anybody else was around because it was real quiet this morning. Just me and, damn. Who was I talking with? Short-term memory loss.
You were talking with Steve, TRH, who's the channel master up here, but there's no way you could have known anybody else was on the channel because you fed me for half an hour.
I have to be psychic or monitoring myself with some SDR, and then I would have heard somebody doubling.
You were talking with W5PYT.
Yeah, I heard the whole thing. I was putting breakfast together. I started cooking after you signed because I had to go. But it was interesting, the story of the year. I have one question. I'll turn it over to somebody else because I got to run to the kitchen. After all that, with the 813 rig and the Cadaverlac, how much power did that thing put out?
About 125 watts. That's it.
You know what I get out of the Arc 5?
Yeah, almost the same.
It draws 20 amps.
Yep. Well, you know, an 813 with 1,000 or 1,100 volts, you know, figure 200 mils max.
Well, it was interesting. That was interesting to hear. I didn't know about it. I thought it was an R13. Let me grab that beer, W2JBL.
Hey,
all right, well, you grab that beer, dear.
Hey, Timmy, I heard you're selling a Cadaverlac. Give whoever that is my contact information if the guy ever needs any mechanical stuff. You know, I know a few things about that. Might save him a lot of heartache.
Yep. Don't have to mention that to him. He's a young guy. That was kind of hard to place his age because, you know, it was a bit of a chrome dome on the top. So I figured he was in his 30s, early 40s. No, he was only 23.
Yeah, that's, there's somebody that could use a couple of pointers because those powertrains are completely different from everything else, and a lot of people make the mistake of knocking their brains out. You know, things like the distributor mechanical advance gets stuck. That doesn't happen on any other brands, and all the timing advance, and there's an extra bracket on the starter that bolts to the engine block. There's so many things on those cars that the other brands don't have. Anyway, it's kind of cool to hear that thing's going to live on. Fine business.
Yeah, hey, Dave, that, I think my friend, the guy that did some work on my Chevy called you. He's also got a hearse. He refers to that as a commercial chassis, and he was telling me that, like, idler arm, Pitman arm, center link, lower control arms are all different. They're a size larger, like a 3/4 ton or half-ton truck. Is that true?
I have no idea. It wouldn't surprise me, but never ran into that. I've worked on some commercial chassis Cadillacs. I don't remember seeing that, but I could have missed it.
Yeah, he'd mentioned that. And, I was just curious because you're a Cadillac man.
Cadillac. Scrap the caddy, Clyde. Left turn, Clyde.
W2BTK.
JBL.
W2 very weak.
Right turn, Clyde.
WA1H and go on.
So what? It's the Cadaverlac, the Puss Bus, and a few others I know.
Oh, the Pinto Valdez.
Oh, yes, and the Shuffle-mobile. I'll be back. I'm setting something up here.
Yeah, 65 Bel Air with a Strat 6 that ran on 5 cylinders.
I'm just stuffing my face here. I've got the kitty cam going.
Going to Puerto Rico, and we went to one guy's place there, a relative. He was like 99 years old. And in his front yard, he had every TV that he's owned for the last 35 years. When the TV crapped out, you put it in the front yard. And then 5 years later, you put the next one there. So there were like 5 different TVs spaced out in the front yard. It was really cool. I think everyone should do that.
Well, that's great. Like people do that with cars.
That's exactly what I mean. That's what led me to that. Yes, you made the connection, so I'm not totally out of my freaking mind. Maybe I am.
Yeah.
The Adirondacks, I got 4 of them out in the woodshed. Old black and white and color TVs dating back to the 50s.
You're not allowed to say color TVs anymore, Chris.
I didn't say colored TV, I said color.
No, it's the same thing. It's the same. Colored is just the past tense of colors, so don't say it. You're going to get yourself in trouble.
Well, how about some of the terms that my mom used in the 30s, indigo or sepia?
How about some of the terms? I had a cassette here I was trying to rehabilitate so I could put it up on Billy's site there with WA3PUN talking about the Black Menace.
That guy was a racist.
Maybe. Yeah, just maybe.
Yeah, he was unbelievable. Oh my God, Uncle Ed. Well, he got what was coming to him.
Well, depending on your viewpoint, one could make that argument. I know Timmy is not quite on board with that. I wasn't there. I don't know. But one thing is for sure, he definitely did not like people of the African American persuasion. No question about that.
Well, I figured it's time. Time to put the Junkston 600 on.
That's better.
Yeah, that's great.
I got tired of getting sand kicked in my face.
Yeah, I know how that is, being piss weak myself for years.
There you go, Timmy!
Yeah, put something on with a little bit of soup.
Yeah, it sounds great, too. It's excellent. It's got that little bit of mechanical hum in there. Everyone should have that.
It's the morning show. Huh? I said it beats the hell out of your... I'm running 12 watts in the morning program.
Yeah. You know, there's a time for everything.
What? Oh my God! I listen every. I'm at camp. I listen every morning. It's on while I'm doing my morning chores and this and that. And filling the water tanks, all that good stuff. But you and Glenn's running what 7 3/4 watts, and you're running 12 watts, and it's it's freaking pathetic. When you turn the amp on this morning, things got much better.
Yeah, well, Glenn is about the same for his low power. He's using a Globe Scout 680 that I did up for the hell of it. And it makes the same power as mine, about 12 watts. But, he's about 60 miles away. When he fires up, he's loud. He's well above the noise floor, so screw running parent.
Meanwhile, you get stepped on because people come on and call CQ. In 2-lane and 3-lane, they can't hear you at all. I hear it okay up here. Sometimes you dip into the noise level, but no, it's much better when Timmy is running at least 100 watts. Thank you.
Well, a lot of the time in here, the place is well insulated, and it's not warm out. It's not hot and pussy out now like it has been. So I've been running low heat producing gear, be it the Ranger, be it the Viking 2 CDC, or maybe the Exciter class Ranger at 25 watts. So somebody, if I get on and I'm talking to somebody and we start up, And he says, well, I'm not hearing you that well, then I don't waste any time in putting the amplifier on. And very, very rarely do I have to put this thing on.
That are running down to my home, and they're perfect. They're absolutely perfect. I really want the receiver. I can recognize Bill's voice up here. Oh, that's like that old card I got back in 1973 from Dave Mann, K6AGZ, the editor of CQ Magazine. He was an OO, and he lived right across Long Island Sound for me. Gross distortion and overmodulation. Signal is unacceptable to put on the air. That's hanging on my wall to this day.
I got a number of OO reports over the years, and I'll have to dig them out, put them in one of those plastic QSO display things, and hang it on the wall if there's any. Problem is, just about all my wall space is used up for something.
That's great amateur radio history. Wow. I'll hang in here for a few minutes. I'm gonna cut it through a little bit short tonight. I ran an old friend of mine in town the other day that ran the best goddamn pizzeria and Italian takeout joint in the North Country. He went out of business about 5 years ago. Ran into Pizza Joe, Pizza Nazi, in the supermarket the other day. Turns out he's running the kitchen in this roadhouse about 10 miles down the road from here. Conveniently located like a mile from the rifle range where I was at, so stopped in to see Pizza Joe and get about 4 pounds, like, with 4 big servings of this homemade lasagna, which I love Italian food, and this is your Italian grandma's lasagna. It's priceless stuff. Back the big brown rat. It's gonna take me an hour to cook, so I'm gonna get out of here and start getting the oven fired up and get through some other duties I gotta do here. And we'll see you all a bit later. I'll be on in the morning. And that's not a threat. That's a promise. I'll see you around. And Dave, if you're listening, Dave, I'm sorry. I forgot to drop that in the mail. I remember seeing it. It's on my that pile of my dining room table. Right at the edge, right out where I leave stuff to remind myself. I caught out a glimpse of it out of the corner of my eye as I left to come up here almost 3 weeks ago. It'll happen when I get home. Catch you guys later, W2JBL.
Right on. No problem, Chris. I know that. I figure you're busy, and like I said before, the coronavirus is screwing up all kinds of things, and I just figured I would put that out there. Please take note of the spacing between this QSO and another QSO. Just take note of that. Anyway, good night. Nice to hear you on here. It's really great to hear you, OM. W2VW. Have a good night.
Yeah, Dave, don't they usually use 3873? That's kind of weird that they slid up 2 KC tonight. Anyway, Chris, I'll catch you later. W2BTK on Montana Mountain.
Have a good night, Chris. Good catching up.
Signal here, and I won't need.
And he's keyed up.
Here because I'm at a secret location. But when they started out on 3875. So I don't know. I suppose if somebody beats them up real bad with wide signals, they might move down to 73. But that's not my job to to do that. Yes, Dave, 7.3s, and oh God, I've got all kinds of crap going on up here now. Well, I'll be back up here in a few weeks with major work going on. We're putting the road in because I'm landlocked. That's another story. But yes, busy as hell. Blah, blah, blah. Good night, all W2JBO. Good night, Erwin Richard, wherever you are.
Good night, Chris. Yes. Some of us are perfectly satisfied with the appendages that God gave us, so we don't have to make up for it. And yeah, we'll chat on another medium. That was kind of fun composing all that. I had a good time, and really need to take that in a positive direction. That's how I feel. You probably close enough to the same page, I would imagine. You know, for all of hamdom, put it out there. The truth shall set us free. Jesus and Jefferson. W2VW at 8 o'clock.
I thought it was hard work will set you free.
No, Clark, that's Auschwitz. We don't talk about that. Nothing bad ever happened.
Yeah, isn't that what it said? Something Mach Frei? Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it. They didn't teach that in history when I was coming up.
No, it's like, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's like Arbeit Mach Frei. Work will set you free. Yeah, not cool, not cool.
Something about Arby's.
Next door neighbor where I grew up had a serial number tattooed on his forearm. They taught it in my schools.
Yeah, that's really something that people need to hear about. You got these people, Holocaust deniers, it never happened. Yes, it happened. And no, we shouldn't pull down all the statues of people that might have inherited slaves. I hate to talk about that because that brings out the worst in people. And we have enough of that. Thank you.
Oh, God. That just touched a nerve. Here I go. One last transmission. The truth will set you free. And here is the truth. The slavery business. My people. My mother's side of the family arrived here in 1644 on the Mayflower. Captain Peabody. I'm directly descended from him, captain of the ship. These people were fleeing religious persecution. That's a history lesson, Bill. If you didn't subscribe to the Church of England, you could be jailed or put to death. So much for freedom and democracy in England in 1644. So those folks arrived here, and then around 1710, my father's side of the family arrived here. And they were indentured servants. Now, indentured servitude was a way to work off your debt to your landlord or whoever you owed money or services to. And these people, my ancestors, were dirt poor sharecroppers, Scots-Irish. They came down from Scotland and into Northern Ireland and England due to the famine at that time, and couldn't pay the rent on their land, so my ancestors took the deal. Well, you can go, two things you could do. You could go to jail because you owed money, debtor's prison, or you could become an indentured servant. And supposedly, it was like the deal would be you'd work for 5 years or 10 years on somebody's farm or whatever craft you did, and then after that period of years was up, you were set free. Meanwhile, you went room and board. Prison cells really good too. But an awful lot of the people hiring the indentured servants didn't honor it. So, we's all slaves. W2JBL. Okay, fine.
That's it. We's all slaves on the liberal plantation. Sorry, Tim. I couldn't help it.
Yeah. Oh, God. Well, I don't know. I'm just sick of the whole thing. More so than I was before. You know, what I was going to talk about is absolutely nothing to do with the subject matter at hand. So, I'm just going to sit back.
Well, that might be okay, Timmy. I don't know. What were you going to talk about?
Well, I had some questions for Chris about, two-way crap that I have, and if certain items are worth anything, and I'm, just getting rid of stuff.
Let's do it in the morning.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
What?
Wait, what?
Yeah, wait, what? Who's all left? Just the four of us, or Kevin was in here. I don't know if he's still there.
Hello, Kevin?
I am still here. Can anybody hear this Fish Week little station?
Yeah, I hear you. I take it you're at home with the QSO I and your new aunt.
Yes, this would be the K7 OYY. I'm probably going to buy another one rig, because I think I want to get a 16080, but I can probably get a couple more milliwatts out of this. Let's see what happens if I crank this up. It'll probably trip off. There, we're at 200 watts carrier instead of 160 watts carrier. So I don't know if that's any better, but about a half an hour ago, you were mentioning the first station that you did engineering at, and we ended up hearing about BCQ. So what was the first station? See, I like hearing all of these broadcast engineering stories because I've lived through many of my own, and I keep trying to get out of doing contract engineering, and people keep calling me to do stuff, so I periodically will go, especially because I need money to go buy another DIY rig. So Tim, if you got another story about that first station that you were working at, that'd be cool to hear that, and I'll just kind of sit here and listen. WA1HLR, this is K2XAM in a big group.
Okay, K2XAM, this is WA1HLR. Bring you up on it. Just want to check something out here. Yay.
W2BTK.
Just wanted to make sure.
N1 BCG at 10 minutes, even though I'm not part of the conversation.
Where it needs to be, Miss I got no problem with the, let me try something here. There you go. Yeah, I'm trying to take care of parts of my station that have been inoperative, like getting the PCS up going. Yeah, it's working. Oh, yeah. I haven't used the thing in years. Well, this goes back to my first chief engineer's job. I'm not gonna... My first radio station job was just a transmitter shift guy, supervisor. And first. And it was like 50 kilowatts day, 5 kilowatts night. And, it has its own stories. I was there for a year and 3 months. And then I got ship-canned. Well, I got myself a job at WMLO on 1570, 500 watts, day only, directional. And there were 2 other stations on 1570 in eastern Massachusetts, practically. So it was a mess. Well, the general manager of the station was known to in the industry to be a tough guy to work for. He could be a real jerk with a capital J. Well, they did lots of remotes. Sometimes there was a remote every day, and I was the guy that had to set them up, break them down, make sure everything was working correctly. And I'd say I met up. Well, I knew her before, but I met up with they had a very young lady that moved in with me. I asked her to move in, and we were living in the shack in pork rot. And the unemployment candle was burning low, so I wound up knocking and banging at doors on it. I went to the closest station there was. And that was MLO. Little did I know, they already had a chief engineer, but we kind of fell out of favor. And rather than them saying, well, we're going to be looking for somebody else, they shit-canned him in cold blood. It was none other than Stess, who a number of us know, K1WXY, who is settled here in Maine. And that's a tale in itself, my meeting with Stess and all that. But one thing I've been working on when I could get the time at home, when a relationship starts up, a lot of things go on hold, and I was finalizing a number of things about the 41000 rig I was building. Basically, the power control panel that you had 3 speeds, low power, medium power, and full strap. In other words, first, second, and third gear. So the whole thing was, and I just couldn't seem to get it.
Have a great evening, everyone.
Good night, Clark.
I get up.
Hi, Clark.
Girlfriend Kathy, I think, was out. She was working nearby, so I figured I would take the time and start to work on the transmitter. Well, my mother's property had the main house, the cottage, and then the shack, which is where I moved out there. I wanted to have my own place, so I was living out there. And my mother would rent the cottage out in the fall through the winter. And then there was a young couple there, and the guy was a bit of a jerk. He liked to drink. He was some of a deadbeat, while his girlfriend would be out working. And he comes over while I'm working on my transmitter. He had a Mazda vehicle with a wankle rotary engine that half the time he couldn't get it started. So he asked me if I would take him into the next town of Gloucester and take him to the bar. And I told him, well, I'm busy working on a project. He made up all these excuses why I shouldn't work on my transmitter. So I begrudgingly hauled his ass to Gloucester, and he offers to buy me drinks. So I have one Black Russian. Then I have another Black Russian. I chase it with a beer or two. Then after I've had about 3 or 4 Black Russians, I'm really buzzed. And I'm sitting there, and I'm saying to myself, is that all I'm going to do is sit on my ass and drink and get plastered? I mean, I'm getting bored with all this. So I told the guy, look, I'm leaving. If you want to ride home, I'll give you a ride home. But nah, he'd rather sit and drink, so I get in the car. And I'm really shit-faced, but I could keep it straight. and I come home. Then I come rolling into the driveway, and a buddy of mine at the time, Chris the Hodman, WA1HOD, was renting a small cottage that was right next door to the ham shack that the neighbor owned, and he was working at the Winlow machine too. I kind of got him a job there. And Kathy comes running out when I rolled in. Timmy, the Wimmelo machine called and the Feesey is there inspecting, and I'm like, oh my God. So we'd been having problems. The monitor points were not right, and the tower base currents were what was on the license, but it still wasn't right. Then while I was poking around, they had one tower that was on a concrete pier that was right out in the salt water, so at high tide there was water all around, and then when the tide went low, you could walk around on the ground, but no, they had a catwalk going to it. So looking around, I was inspecting, and I could see that the copper ground was disconnected from the tower base, the ground system. That went to the ATU. Then I said to myself, oh my God, how long has it been this way? So I hooked it up, and both base currents at both towers came up, and the RFM meter in that particular tower was 1.5 amp full scale, and it would typically indicate about 1.32, 1.34 amperes. Well, since I hooked it up, I tweaked the phaser a little bit to get the phase monitor to indicate what the proper phase and power division ratio and all that kind of thing should be. And I noticed that after I hooked that strap up, the ammeter that was 1.5 amp full scale was just about off scale. So when I would do base current readings daily, sometimes it would be under no modulation, just at the end of the scale, but usually it was between the end of the scale and the pin. I figured against the pin is 1.52 amperes, and between the two was 1.51 amperes. So I was putting readings like that down in the maintenance log, and it's like, well, what can I do? The general manager was friggin' cheap. I could not get him to spend the money. I got a new RFM meter that had a like a 2 amp instrument. He wouldn't spend the money. And I tried calling a couple of people and asking them questions, because I'd never, it was my first chief engineer's job, I never had played around with I understood directional arrays and how they worked, but as far as anomalies like this, I was saying, maybe when the thing was last licensed, it was with the broken ground strap, and maybe they subbed the monitor points. I had no idea. So things were up still a little high, and so here it is. That sets the stage. So I I head to my car, and Chris wanted to be in there, so Chris gets in the car with me, and we both head down the highway, which is about a half-hour ride to the radio station. And just in that whole frame of time, I went stone cold sober under the stress. But Jesus, you could really smell the booze on my breath. And I was saying to myself, this is not the time to show up in front of the feces. Well, I called the radio station. The secretary had a grave sound to her voice. That I better get my ass down there. So I come rolling in, and I go upstairs to the junkyard general manager's office, and he's seated down with Uncle Vinny, Vincent Kaczynski from the FEC, head of the Boston office. And he started coming down on me. Why is it that you're putting down readings of 1.52 amperes when the meter only reads to 1.5 amps? And I explained my logic, and he wouldn't buy it. So he was just running me a whole bunch of crap. Now, what the secretary tells me is that the guy shows up, and he asks her, who's the chief engineer? And she mentioned my name, and then all of a sudden, he goes into attack mode because he knew of me from ham radio. So he really tried to break my BAs. So, that's the story, Not that I was on duty or anything, but, we're all entitled to be in a certain position. In that case, I was rip-roaring drunk, but, I didn't show up at work that way. I was demanded to be there, so what are you going to do? So meanwhile, the past station's chief engineer, who was kind of there as a consultant, there were all these charges that the FEC made that had to be answered to. So what they wanted me to do was eat crow. I guess I had to, as far as the response was concerned, and I wasn't happy with that. After that incident, I think I was there another 6 months, and then I got shit-canned. SWA1HLR. But the funny part of it is, the guy they hired to replace me, well, before we get to that, I was doing all kinds of things. I completely rebuilt the on-air studio downstairs. I did the Formica work. I modified I put frequently selective negative feedback in the Gates yard board. The microphoniums they use were RCA 77.
Gotta take a break, I might be black. W2 very weak.
They're excellent, but
Okay, Dave.
a certain amount of mud. So I modified the negative feedback loop to put some pre-emphasis in there. And when I got done, that was probably the best sounding AM on the dial. And the pornograph preamps were these generous electric preamps for the variable reluctance pornograph cartridges. So they were meant for hi-fi usage, high impedance. So another engineer just took the output and went into a UTC A10, 50K to 500 ohms. Well, looking into the buck of reactance of the transformer and all impedance killed the low end, probably below about 80 cycles or 100 cycles, the low end dropped. So I got much fatter coupling caps and put them in there, and much healthier filter capacitor, and I tweaked around the RIAA curve to improve the low end. And I replaced the General Electric variable reluctance cartridges with some others that are far better and more state-of-the-art. Just stuff like that. And they had 2 Spartomatic cut machines. They badly needed a third one. And lying around in the engineering room was a Gates Carter Tape 2. And the guy who was the program director was saying, well, that one never worked. Okay. So I started working on the thing, made adjustments, cleaned it up, and I got that thing working. And I installed it in the studio, and the general manager pissed and moaned about it. But people were using it, and it worked. Well, poetic justice came my way when I got shit-canned. Both the Spartomatic cart machines broke down, and all they had to use was the Carter Tape 2. And then the Gates BC500T flamed out. From how it was described to me, I know now, the voltage divider resistors on the 807 cathode followers went thermonuclear and Chernobyled out and took things out. The guy they hired as chief engineer had no idea how to fix it, so they were off the air for a few days until the guy that used to be chief engineer before Stess came along had to go and fix it. So that's what happens. When I get shit canned, usually stuff just breaks and nobody can fix it. This WA1H yellow.
Tim, I know all about that. Not that I ever did broadcast, but I did a whole lot of audio engineering. And the club that I worked at for like over 10 years, same thing as all these broadcast stories. The owner didn't want to replace stuff. I'm like, look, every night I gotta hope and pray that this one piece works, and it keeps crapping out, and I'm JSing it up, and he didn't know the half of what I was doing, and he's like, yeah, whatever. We don't have any money for that. It works fine. We keep having successful shows, so whatever. All right. So it's just compounding, and I'm resoldering stuff here and there, making stuff work with bubble gum and JS. Sometimes I'd break down and buy something and just sneak it in there so that I didn't have to deal with it, whatever. So he gets crappy with me and I quit. And they had show after show, problem after problem, couldn't get stuff working, this and that. He's calling me off the hook, I'm not answering, and it's same crap. Not broadcast engineering, no, just audio engineering. It's amazing. It's truly amazing. W2BTK.
Yep. It's too bad that the incompetent people run the show, and they jerk around those that know really how to run the show until they quit or they shit can them, and then later on they wind up in deep doggy doo-doo.
Yaw.
Well, there's plenty more tales, but there's plenty of time. There's still time, brother, to relate.
Yeah, it's actually kind of cool how much of that, just engineer, whether it's broadcast engineering or audio engineering I was doing, it's the same thing. You have You don't have racks with transmitters. You've got big amp racks and miles of cabling and patch bays and this and that and the other thing, and it's all falling the hell apart. And you got to JS it, and nobody knows because the show is going on, you know? We've had 10 years of successful shows with this equipment. It must be fine. Well, sometimes, you know, it's not the wand, it's the wizard, and you got to teach them a lesson. They find out the hard way one day or another. That guy spent a hell of a lot of money when I left. And you know why I left? Because I asked for more money.
They didn't realize your worth. They were trying to cheap out.
Bottom line.
Yep. Bottom line. Well, the bottom line is running a business, and part of that bottom line is having the proper amount of compensation for those that keep it going.
Yep. Well, like I said, they learn their lesson eventually. And, yep, he learned one.
Yep. Well, I'm starting to wind down. I think I'm going to be heading on down the line here.
Yeah. Good stuff, Timmy. Thanks for the stories, man. This has been like a really fun night, and I haven't talked much, but I've been listening the whole time, and just super. I'm very content. This is great radio. So like everybody who chimed in with stories, man, I appreciate it big time. Like this is good stuff.
Yes, it is. I enjoy times like this where people relate, you know, and then you find out that whether it be broadcast or two-way radio or you know, the sound business, it's all the same.
Man, it sounds like everybody got the hell out, including me. You know, I don't do that kind of work anymore. I twist wire nuts now, Timmy, and they compensate me well. They treat me like a subhuman most of the time, but hey, when you got benefits and a pension and stuff like that, it's like, oh yeah, okay, I'll be over here.
Yeah, well, you got a lot more years ahead of you, and me, I'm trying to be retired.
Yep. But yeah, it's just crazy how it's the same in all these businesses. It's somebody mismanagement, and they make, well, all the decisions and probably the most compensation. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is. God. There's so many ways. And then you hear about these businesses where the guy at the top basically keeps it together and keeps it going and keeps everybody going, and they have a really successful thing.
Well, yeah, even in the industry I'm in now, you know, electrical contractors and this and that, it's like, you know, the guys running the show in the office that wear the suits and stuff. Yeah, I built this place. Yeah, I built that place. What?
Yep.
But I just sit back and, you know, like I said, I finally have a job with some good compensation, so I just say, okay, fine.
Yep, well, you rig it until you get sick of it.
yeah, it'll take a while for that. I think, you know, it's a good gig. Doing decent for myself. Got my own house. You know, I come home and play radio, and you know, it's fine. It's just fine.
Well, good dear. As long as it's fine. Yep. God. Always thinking about now starting other little projects or working on things that I haven't, oh God, I haven't, done for a while. So, I'm tired. I'm tired. That's one thing about age, Billy. Your mainspring can't be wound as tightly as it used to, so you start winding down sooner.
Yeah, but your appreciation for everything goes way up, I feel. Or at least I assume it would, you know. You're very cognizant of, you know, time and this and that. And when you're young, it's like you feel like you got all the time in the world and life blasts by, you know.
Oh, for sure it does. But since the COVID virus thing and not really having the freedom to jump in the car and go anywhere I want or whatever, even though I have a much easier and freer life available here than some poor bastard in the city who's lost his job and there's a single mom trying to keep the kids going and the family going, and it's just barely scraping by. God. My heart goes out to them, but you know, in my situation and my source of income from car rental and Social Security, I have no right to piss and moan at all.
Yeah, well, I think, yeah, everybody's gaining appreciation for just being out and about, which is starting to happen slowly. It's just amazing, all this stuff, the way it's blown up. I mean, there are tons of people who are getting this virus and don't even know it. They don't have any symptoms. They don't get sick. And I think that represents the majority. And they're literally ruining people's lives with all this. It's, I know some people are getting very sick and dying, but it was, what's the statistic everyone's throwing on? 99.7% survival rate on it? Something like that. It just doesn't add up for me. I think it's causing a lot more harm the way they're handling it than it is, you know, preventing harm. But then again, you know, I ain't no rock scientist or nothing, so what?
Well, you know, it's not just here, it's worldwide. It's worldwide. It's how it has affected people, but it's something that hasn't been around long enough to get a grip on it as far as how to deal with it. I think when a vaccine gets perfected and more techniques and treatments are found out, then you'll find a lot of the restrictions melting away. But I will say that it's made a lot of people rethink a lot of things. A lot of people working from home. A lot less fewer people on the highways and byways of our land. less pollution. It just goes on and on and on. So it's like as things slowly come back, there has to be, and I know this is a very worn out phrase, the new normal applied.
Well, I think that may be some of the point. I don't know. It's, who knows? Again, I'm not, I don't have all the facts and this and that. I just know what I see, the way it's being handled and the effects and this and that. I don't know. It's very confusing. W2BTK.
This W81H and LR, yes it is. It's very confusing. I mean, what's the real story? I'm not going to take anybody's take other than what I see and what I observe. And that's how I see it. But the fact of the matter is, it seems that the virus has been around in this country a couple of months longer than it really started becoming identified as such. And after I had that fall up north in late December, I was around people that were sick, and for all I know, I was running a fever, sinuses, head clogged up, very low energy. I just felt like hammered dog shit. I thought that the Lyme disease was coming back. So I was on all these meds that didn't do anything for the way I was feeling, so I quit them. But my wife got sick with the same kind of thing, head all stuffed up, swelled up, and some pains in your jaw, that kind of thing. And I'm wondering now if both of us got infected. So, and being tested for antibodies, a couple of months after the fact, who knows? And then I'm hearing that the tests are a bit dubious. But for all I know, I probably had it and it came and went.
I don't doubt it, Tim. I think that there are lots of people out there who have had it, or, had it a little bit and have antibodies and haven't been tested, but it doesn't really, make everyone super sick like you're led to believe. In fact, some people get it and they don't even know it. They're just carrying it. It's there. It doesn't affect them at all. So it's very interesting, I think, the way that it's being handled, But I'm in the school of thought is if you feel sick, you obviously go to the doctor and find out why you're sick. But if you don't feel sick, you're not sick. You just you go on with life.
Yeah, I know. Damn it. That's one thing that hasn't completely gone away. Is I have this residual heavy mucus that builds up in the back of my throat. Then I wind up hawking up a lungy of substance. It was much worse before. And whatever it is, it's not completely gone. And I am going to have to seek some kind of medical attention and screening to figure out, what the real story is. Yeah, I just don't feel like doing a whole hell of a lot. I used to, have a lot more snap. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, Billy, I'm going to get out of here. It's that time. So good running into you this evening. Getting on to 9 o'clock, 8:45. W2BTK from WA1H and YLR will be listening, I think.
All right, Timmy. Yeah, pleasure talking to you. Thanks for all the stories. That was great. I've been rolling and, recording as usual, and I got a whole bunch of good stories on here tonight from several different people, so made for some great radio. Thanks for stopping by. And real quick, because I know you're listening, my brother had some similar symptoms, no get up and go, just kind of down in the dumps, this and that. He went to the doctor and he had a vitamin deficiency, vitamin B12. He was not producing or getting enough of it or whatever, and he started taking the correct supplements, and that went a-whoring. I'm not saying that, that's what's going on, but that's what happened to my brother. He's 6 years younger than I am. Going to be 30, he's 28, going to be 29. Well, no, he just turned 29, I'm sorry, this month. So, a young buck, but, he was feeling tired all the time, down in the dumps, a little poopy, and it was a vitamin deficiency, so, I don't know. There's all kinds of weird stuff that could be going on. Anyway, go wind it down, and again, thanks for the stories and the entertainment, man. It's always a lot of fun. I'm loving it. W2BTK out here on the Big 8-5 on the top of Montana Mountain here in New Jersey.
All right. Well, pleasure's mine. I enjoy encounters like this and happy to spend the time. See you later.
Good night, Timmy.
Good night, Davey.
Always great to hear you on the dear.
Hey, same here, dear.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Billy. Just came back from walking the dog.
Yeah, walking the dog and kicking the cat, minus the second part. But that's what they used to say on the chicken band commode.
What the hell, man? That's bad, kicking the cat. Who would do that? I don't know. I never kicked a cat. I would never kick a cat. Maybe if it was a big cat and was about to kill me, I might try to kick it. But that's about it.
Yeah, I am of the school of thought you should be nice to cats. Cats are like, well, dogs, you see, we had to domesticate the hell out of dogs to get them to like us so much. But cats have been around for thousands of years just because they like hanging out with humans. I mean, why would you mess with that?
Yeah, man, I don't know. It's all about breeding and history and crazy things that used to happen, and people interacting with bats in Wuhan, and I don't know. Where are we headed next? What's going to happen next, man? Donald Trump is the president. He's about to get reelected.
Liberal Tears 85 with the subscription. Thank you, man. Man, I don't know. But I just got a little distracted because my man, Liberal Tears 85, just extended their subscription through July. Man, how cool is that, Dave?
Yeah, I think that's great. You got people checking this out, AM mature radio. That's what this is. It's AM mature, advanced modulation obscure radio. Yeah, and you got some real fine business people checking in here tonight who have been around the block. About broadcast stuff and snakes and high voltage shorts and cheap ass station owners that would rather.
Dude, thank you. Holy shit.
Yeah. Good stuff, man. I see your channel is blowing up here. That's fine business. So I'm glad to be part of some real interesting banter here on the Big 85, which got started on surplus crystals from World War II. Imagine that.
Man, yeah, there's a lot of love going on in the chat right now. And that's crazy to think about. Just had a whole bunch of 3885 crystals sitting around. Well, hell, you know, I might switch to my crystal, although I am right on frequency, and that's rare.
KG2IR, hopefully without hum.
Hey, it's Nick, and he doesn't have any hum.
Yeah, no hum here.
I got your pictures, Nick.
Oh, you did? Good. That's what I kind of wanted to break in to see if you got them. Been using Windows 10 with this new computer. Man, I'll tell you what a difference when you try to do things you did a different way with XP Pro, and there's a whole bunch of gyrations I didn't recognize. And I had to figure out how to transfer the pictures. But I guess I got it done.
Yeah, good signal from all that stuff. It's going to get hot in that room. Summertime at night. But I know you got a brand new air conditioning system. Yeah, the pictures came across. They look really good, so thanks. And I forwarded them to Billy, and maybe he'll stick them up somehow on the YouTube part of this video. Or somewhere. They'll end up in the public domain. Last time I saw good pictures of the Hummer was W2A there back in, 2009. What the heck happened at the time, Nick? It's like it says on the front of the grandfather clock, Tempest Fusion. They were right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, W2, that was a great shindig you put together. We had a lot of fun that day. If Billy wasn't around, he would have enjoyed being part of that. Anyway, I just wanted to say hello again. I want you to know I can transmit without home. Yeah, I gotta, oh man, I just regret I gotta climb underneath that thing and drop the two 12-volt batteries and get two new ones. So I could actually smell this lead sulfate. It's trying to return to H2SO4 and lead. It's was smelling up the place, but you know, at least it worked. Amazing how those radios would run on just about anything. But anyway, thanks for doing that, and it's good fun talking to everybody. It's good fun going back memory drains there and seeing and remembering some good stories. So that's it. I got nothing else. I'm gonna probably go get some dessert. Caddy made some kind of a really grapefruit parfait, I guess it is, or something. She's been hitting the supermarkets and buying all great strawberries, blackberries, black cherries, bananas, and everything, making these great fruit salads. Good to hear Ada on the radio too. Billy, doing a great job. I went on your YouTube channel and saw you got a lot of stuff up there. Lots of great effects. He not only has a 2-box, he's got 3 and 4-box videos. Better than the old Chiron system, that's for sure. Which we long got rid of, if you remember. Most of our stuff was already Pinnacle. So that's the story here. Can't think of anything smart to say because I don't feel very smart right now. Long day today. This is KG2IR on 3885, if that's where we are.
Hey, if you don't mind, Nick, could you give us a real... Billy put the picture up there of the back of the Hummer So for those who are going to look at this who don't know what they're looking at, could you give them a rundown of what that radio is, how it's powered? And I guess that's what, a 2003 or 4 Hummer, because your wife gave you a Hummer for your birthday there. Would you mind expanding on that a little? And glad to hear you're still doing the sugary desserts, man.
Man, I can't survive without those. They get me to midnight so I can watch TV or do other things. Yeah, I've been doing those, doing a lot of hot fudge sundaes, banana splits, but now we're on kicks with lots of fruit. Great stuff, you know, especially at this time of year when you can get some really good things to eat in the way of fruits. Even really good fresh vegetables. You know what's been lacking is corn on a cob. We haven't seen that yet. Hopefully we'll see that soon. That and lobster. Miss those things. And steamers. You know, what happens from Long Island. Yeah, the Hummer. And that's correct. A little background on that. We had a series of Jeeps. One right after the other. You know, every few years we'd get a brand new Jeep, Grand Cherokee, all decked out. And they were coming out with a competitor to the Hummer, the H2, which was a really nice vehicle. In fact, when we were covering the Javits Center for the auto show, if you remember that, at WNBC, I was over there and I got the preview. You know, we had the crew over there. And I saw that. I guess they called it a concept vehicle at the time. I said, man, I would like to have one of these. So we went to the Jeep dealer, who we know quite well after having a few of them. And he said, yeah, we're going to get it, we're going to get it, we're going to go get it. And because it wasn't coming in, and I was getting a bit frustrated. And what all started this is I bought a complete GRC 19 setup, if you remember, from unfortunately who is now Silent King W2OBO, Buzzard Rich. Went over there, met him at the Cheesequake, stopped there on Jersey Turnpike about 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, like a big drug deal going down, moving stuff from one truck to my vehicle, which was a Jeep at the time, and took it home. And then I said, you know, what am I going to do with this thing? I really want to make it mobile. I'm going to buy a Jeep, you know, regular quarter-ton 4x4s. We used to title them in the service. And, you know, it's not a vehicle you want to be running around all year. It's a regular vehicle going on long trips with, even though I had to do it when I was in the service. I would be looking forward to that, but I was going to find a vehicle. So I was getting frustrated with Jeep not bringing out that Commander that they were going to bring out. And then so we said, let's go look at the H2s. So Patty and I went out to the local Hummer dealer at the time, 2004. And I was looking at it, I was really impressed with the vehicle and the size, and she was there with me, and we had brochures, and I was picking out colors, and I was, wow, you know, they don't come out with this Commander, I guess, we'll get one of those things, but boy, they're expensive. So we went home, and up was coming my 65th birthday. It was, I guess around the first week or two in May when we went to the Hummer place, and then we decided that Jeep wasn't going to come out with that vehicle. Well, I didn't decide. They kind of said it's still not coming in and probably not going to. So I was lamenting about getting a Hummer. So one day, I have a friend of mine, we're in the back shop, you know, the building in the back, doing some work, and my buddy who likes to paint was painting the doors and the trim and all that stuff. And I says, hey, Carl, let me go out and get some lunch at the local deli. You know, I'm not going to make it. Caddy wasn't there, so I went to go out to the local deli. So I'm marching across the field there, you know, property field, back shop, in a house. Figured I'm going to get my keys, my wallets, and everything. So I knock on the front door. I open the door, and there's this guy in a shirt and a tie with a couple of manila folders in his hand, and I noticed there's a nice shiny Hummer parked out at the curb. Figured this guy maybe was looking for directions or whatever. So I opened the door, and he said, are you Nick Balsamo? I said, yeah. Happy birthday. And he hands me the folder with the keys, and he says, now, could you get your wife on the phone? She's got to come down and sign this. She actually bought me the Hummer for my 65th birthday. It was the 26th of May. Never forget it. What a shock that was. And that's where all the guys at work were making fun of me. H2 Nick and all this other stuff. Walter Chesanik and Jeff Baker. The next day when I found out, because we all know each other, and I guess somehow Catty alluded to them that she was going to do that. They knew about it. When I came to work that while I was doing news, coming in at about 4 a.m., get everybody on the air for the news, and I was just delighted. And of course, I had the GRC 19 in the back shop, getting it on the air, because if you remember when Rich gave it to me, it wasn't working. Now, the GRC 19 is an AM transmitter that goes from the broadcast band about 500 kilohertz to 21 megahertz, or megasecond. And it'll tune up. It's got an auto tuner in it, just like we use in the airplanes. Just press the button and wait for the red light. And this thing, tune 500 kilohertz on a coat hanger. May not get very much power out of it, but it'll tune it. And so I worked on it, and I got it all working. It's all spruced up. And it was pretty nice shape. VWL used to own it. Remember him? He bought it from somebody who got it right out of what the hell was the name of that rebuilding place? Toby Hanna in Pennsylvania. And it looked like it just came out of the box. And it was a living room radio that Bob had. VWL, W1 VWL. So I ended up with it because he sold it to Rich, and Rich, it broke down, and if you remember, Rich says, I'm not going to fix that thing. It's got 1,000 volts on it. I'm not going in there. So he didn't want to do it. So I ended up doing it. I fixed it. No big deal. And put it on the air, and then when the Hummer came along, that time the 2004 Hummer had the spare tire inside the back. Had this rig, really nice setup, but it's kind of stupid putting a huge tire and take up half the bay. And they had a kit. People were making kits to put it on the outside, because by 2005, even American Motors, who made it for GM, was doing that. So I got that kit, and I mounted the spare tire on the outside, and they say, to give you all the instructions, take the whole thing out, put these plugs where the bolts were bolting into the body, and the superstructure, and throw away this sheet metal array that held the spare. So I'm looking at this thing after I made that move, and I said, I can make this thing hold that GRC 19. So this thing had the military shock mount that you could put on a 2.5 APC or even a quarter-ton 4x4 mounted in a military environment. So I took that thing and I modified the spare tire carrier that was inside the vehicle. And I, using right angle iron, the kind you would use to put up a heavy-duty garage door opener, painted it all nicely in black, and made it so it had 19-inch rack space. And in that I mounted a custom interface, an RCL interface for audio, so I could use external audio as well as the equipment that used, the carbon microphones or whatnot that the GRC 19 normally uses when it's in the Jeep. And I fashioned that whole panel out, and then I mounted a Symmetrics 528E fed by a Shure 367 multi-channel mixer. And I also made jacks capable of taking my David Clark aviation headset that I was using in a King Air. To use that as a kind of a Bandits at 12 o'clock audio sound. And I modified the GRC 19 and T195, the T195 transmitters modular. So I took the audio modulator out, and when I got a bunch of extra stuff from Rich, and there was another modulator in there. So I took a look at this thing, and it's a beautifully well-made wideband audio modulator for an AM transmitter that was known as the T195. And that thing had to be frequency bandwidth limited because it was a wideband modulator. And they had a low-pass and high-pass filters, Collins filters that were in there for the audio. So I jumped over them, and I also changed the AD1 push-pull amplifiers, raised their impedance and everything so they had better low end, did a few things like that, and I modified a modulator. And I put that module in, I kept the other one, which was stock, which I still have. And then, of course, it would be fed by this 523 with the audio matrix and the mixer. And that's what you were hearing, or you have heard, anytime that transmitter's been on the air. But I can still, bypass all that stuff and just put the carbon microphone system in that comes with it. The handset and, of course, the microphone. They have a separate microphone. So that's the setup. This is a radio that was designed somewhere around the Korean War, somewhere around 50. It was used as an AM radio. Eventually, the U.S. Army and the other parts of the military would go into FM. I was more familiar with those when I ended up in the service, but I did see a number of huts that were built for 2.5-ton 6x6 with FSK, full teletype and everything, and it used the GRC-19 setup, which is an R392 receiver, which is a 26-volt receiver, meaning the plate supply is 26 volts. And what it really is a submersible, get this one, folks, a submersible receiver version of the R390A. It's a real hot receiver. It actually sounds quite good. It has RLC filters RLCIF systems rather than mechanical filters. And it was a real great sound, more like the R390, I guess, in design. And the T195 is a 100-watt transmitter. Now, this is a real 100-watt transmitter. Plate supplies 1,000 volts at 1 amp. It's got 4 CX or X150s, which are 12Ds, which are 24 volt, like the 4 CX 250s. And these two tubes, let's see, the RF stage is 1, and they use 2 tubes in a modulator, capable of a lot more headroom than you could ever want. But they're kept at 100 watts, and the modulator, of course, can fully modulate that easily. So it's a very well-designed radio. The first ones that came out were full dynamotor units. And later they came out with what they call solid-state dynamos, which was a solid-state supply. It looked like the dynamotor cylindrical device that went in the radio, but was really made up of, fortunately, germanium switching transistors, which I converted to TNP silicon so it wouldn't blow out. And they generate their own 400 cycle, 115 volts to run all the servo motors that tune the transmitter and everything. It's auto-tuned. Just hold the button down. I've flown jet aircraft. When we use HF going across the ocean, you just hold the button down on the frequency and transmit an upper sideband for aviation communication. So, it's a Collins invented thing. They designed it and everything. In fact, this one was built by, I think, Stromberg Carlson on the contract. So I bought that thing, of course, installed it, got it all working, and then I also drove this thing up to Deerfest the days when it was horse traders and put it on the air, because Dale, KW1S, who still doesn't live far from the fairgrounds, he would put up an antenna. Kinds of I wish I had, well put up just for a couple of days. And he would have his military radio, so when I pulled in, I would park alongside, and he'd just throw the antenna over to me, and I would put the radio on the air. I have I don't know if it shows up in the pictures, I have a Tar Heels 400-watt PEP-capable screwdriver antenna. Works extremely well. And the thing has been out in weather for the last 15 years, and it still looks brand new, all stainless steel and Lexan, and it's just a wonderfully well-made screwdriver antenna. And you kind of just bayonet a whip on top of that and have at it. And that's how we set that up, if you remember when we were driving it. You were driving and I was transmitting in the back. That was a fun day. But most of the time I use it portable stationary mobile. When I'd go visit the grandkids, I'd be in the driveway and I'd set up my radio and we'd be having a party or a bunch of gatherings with the family. And I was, "Where's Poppy?" And one of the grandkids would pop up. He's out in the Hummer talking to the guys. I'd go out there and sneak out there with my tea or dessert, get in the jump seat chair and I'd talk to you guys on the whip. Or sometimes I had a military antenna that's on these little reels in hand, GRC, I forgot the number, 49 I think it is. It's a 100-foot dipole. And I play that thing out and hook up to it. So, it's a fun machine that I use mostly stationary, portable. in one of our kids' or relatives' backyards. But I use it on the road a few times. I even have the remote for it that mounts up in front of the Hummer. And I got the dashboard part of it occupied for a 6 and 2 meter rig that mounts on top of that. And this GRC 19 is decked out with all the accessories I could find. Just because, when you collect something like that, you try to get even the accessories that went with it. That's the fun part of collecting. So that's the story. Boy, that was annoying, I guess, to a lot of people. I'll turn this back to you, Dave. And Bill, you have to let me know. What do I do? Just go on YouTube and put in W2BTK and I'll get it, or go off from your site and follow the bouncing link. Over to you, Dave. KG2IR.
Yeah, that was great, Nick. KG2IR from W2VW. I'm just sitting here grinning ear to ear, listening to you on my junky but loud 15-inch monitors here. Fed with a PVCS 800. Bill Russell, wherever you are, I apologize. Anyway, yeah, you're nice and loud here. And that's a great explanation of all that stuff. I remember hooking up that whole setup, GRC 19, to the antenna system at W2A when you got on the air on 40 meters in the afternoon, and we're working a bunch of guys. And we were feeding the feed line, balanced feed line, at a voltage maxima, if you will remember, and we had to isolate the antenna coupler from everything around it, because like a gnat would fly and change the tuning, because we're feeding an almost pure voltage feed, which is very, very difficult to do, but we pulled it off. I'm still using that same antenna coupler here on the air. I never did, Nick, get any feedback about my driving skills while you were in the back there playing radio, going up the interstate. You never told me anything about what you thought of my driving skills. But it's okay. I figured you were having too much fun to think about it. But I was really trying hard, I didn't want to send you like rolling across the back of the thing. That was great. Anyway, Billy, go ahead. This is a whole hell of a lot of fun. W2, very weak.
Yeah, let me just make a comment. Maybe I didn't, but because I didn't, which meant everything was excellent. And I enjoyed it. I know you enjoyed Mabel. Mabel was giving you directions and you were talking back to her. Anyway, go ahead, Billy.
Man, yeah, Nick, thanks for that. And yeah, I had the picture up there while you were explaining all of that, and wow, that's just there's no replacement for content like that. Dave said it. So if anyone's bored, there's a big knob in the middle of your radio called a VFO. This is great, and that special event, that I get lost in those pictures. I posted the link in the chat if anybody wants to check it out. That's the W2A Armstrong Tower special event. Very cool stuff. And Nick, if you want to find, it'll take me a sec to edit this stuff, but for the most part, the entire live stream from today, which is 4 hours, 12 minutes, and 29 seconds at this point, is going to go up on YouTube immediately. You can find all of the links for my YouTube page and the live streaming content on my QRZ page. If you go to QRZ.com, obviously, and just type my call sign, W2BTK, there's links there right at the top. But if you can remember it, the direct link to the YouTube is youtube.com/C/amateur radio. And you can go right to it from that. So, yeah, man, it's, thank you guys. This is great radio. W2BTK.
Yeah, that was fun. I hadn't thought about that whole sequence about the Hummer. I remember going to work, and everybody heard the story about how I got that thing that my wife bought it for my birthday, and a bunch of the guys said, does your wife have a sister that's not married? I said, yeah, but she's a tits. You know how they are. Two kids from the same family, girls and boys, and personalities are just... horizontally opposed. Best way to describe it, being kind. But she was anyway, okay, I'll look for it. Maybe you can send me a quick email when you get a chance. Just want to see, I copied the link there. I'm sure I'll find it. Not that I want to hear myself look at anything I've done. But it was fun putting that whole thing together, and I still have it. In fact, a number of people, I was kidding around, and she said, I'm thinking of putting the GRC 19 up for sale on eBay, and listing all the accessories, which includes an H2, which I've been keeping after, and it still looks like it's brand new. It's really in really fine shape. It only has 49,000 miles. It's a toy after 15 years. And we drive it. It's a real comfortable vehicle. It's got air suspension. Well, Dave, you drove it. You know what that thing's like. And for a 4-ton vehicle, that thing has a lot of get up and go, let me tell you. You really suck up the gas in the air. The air's free, but you got to pay for the gas. But we have a good time. And I enjoyed driving that thing, and of course Dave was with me a number of times. Dave would come to my house, Billy, because he's down in New Jersey, drive to Long Island, and we'd get in the H2 and we'd motor up to Jim, WA1UQM, and then go up north and cross the state of New Hampshire up to, at that time, Horse Traders, which was at the junction of 93 and 402 was that? It's Conchilcook was the town it was in before it moved back to where it is now in Deerfield. Great times, great fun, and a couple of times we even took the gals with us and had a lot of fun too. So they went and spent probably more money than we did because they hit the various clothing outlet places while we were at the Hamfest. But be that as it may, we really enjoyed ourselves. Anyway, I'm going to go have my famous dessert. That Dave knows what that's all about. My wife came up here and she didn't hear the story when I was telling it, but she just came in on the tail end of it to get her tablet that she took the pictures with. So I'll see you guys around the corner somewhere. I'm supposed to get up early tomorrow. I'm going to try, because I'd sure like to give my support to the USS Slater and W2TRH coming down the Hudson River to go down to Staten Island to the port where they're going to lay it up and do some work on it. That should be a fun event. Although he says 5 o'clock in the morning, I have a feeling by the time that thing moves out of port and starts down to the Hudson, if I get in there about 7:30, 8 o'clock, which is also the AM carrying it, I will try to get up early enough because I'd like to get on the list of working that ship. You guys ought to try to do it too. So, I don't know, maybe I'll send this over to you, Dave. I told Catty that Ada got on the radio a little bit. So I'll send our love to her, the kids and everybody. Listen, I can't wait to get together. And Billy, someday maybe take a ride out to the place here. And if you want to see crap, lots of it, come visit. You'll see it. There's a lot of interesting things here. In the field of model railroading, commercial aviation, a really good hi-fi system that's big enough to have its own service entrance, and and of course the ham radio shack here. That's my ring system. I guess somebody's in the backyard or wherever. So W2VW to take it. 7-3 everybody. Thanks for letting me in here. KG2IR.
Roger. The ring thing sounds great over the air. Wow. It really just pops on through for whatever reason. So thanks for that, Nick. That was a lot of fun. And it's all down there. And I'll send you the link to Billy's stuff when he puts it up. Make it easier for you to find it, but you're still going to have to filter through it time-wise because it's over 4 hours long. But, if you've got the wireless headset and you're out in the yard chasing squirrels or picking weeds or just enjoying the day, slap on the headphoniums and you can listen into that for hours and just pause it and get back to it the next day. It's good. That's what I do. I get some downtime and I listen to all this stuff. and it's like 3885 it's being documented. It's great, you know. I've been working on trying to get some old recordings out, and it's tedious. The media is busted. Cassette tape. I spliced the damn thing 5 times. I can't believe it's only 30 years old. I don't know what happened in this thing, but it's got some irreplaceable content. So anyway. So thanks again, and thanks for the feedback on my driving. I appreciate that. I don't drive like that anymore. I just don't drive that much, and I get really taken aback by the people who drive on the roads. It's like they don't care about life. They've never seen anybody, No Head Fred or any of those films from Ohio State Police that they show drunk drivers, you know, in the school. They're going to live forever, and they do stupid stuff over and over, and they're everywhere. Over you, Billy. Thanks again, Nick. A lot of fun. W2 very weak.
Yeah, it's great running into you. But just to make a comment, one thing good having about the Hummer, having the Hummer on the road, a lot of people don't like to be behind it. And the other thing is I had 2 lens implants. Got rid of my old cataract lenses. And I tell my wife now, without glasses, I could see a gnat scratching its ass at 200 meters. Go ahead, Billy.
Together as soon as this coronavirus crap stops.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks again, Nick. This is great. And I'm going to send you an email, and I would love that. I'd love to come check it out. I'll shoot you my phone number in the email, and we'll make that happen once it's all this crap blows over. But, man, as far as like to see this, I mean, when I get really good content like this, I try to make it a point to make highlight videos or just take snippets of the full live stream, which I still put up. If you want to watch the entire 4 hours, I mean, I have you from a couple hours ago when we were talking. I never ended the recording. This is the same recording, so the full thing goes up first, and then it usually takes me about a day, and I edit things down and I pick the good parts out. So I'm going to make this its own video. It'll be up there at some point. As you know, a lot of this stuff, all the broadcast stories, that'll be its own video. Just a ton of really, really good radio tonight. And yeah, Dave, I'm documenting 3885 and what goes on out here, and it's not like I'm recording it and sticking it on a hard drive. It's going up on YouTube servers worldwide. Anybody can enjoy this stuff, and I wish that they would, because I mean, this hobby's great, and I think there's people out there that could discover it and see videos like, the one I'm going to make with you, Nick, explaining your transmitter in the back of the Hummer, and well, they might just go, hey, that's something I want to do, and that's what all this is about. Anyway, W2BTK.
A2QD.
And there was a breaking station.
Hey, Bill, A2QD. Hello, Bill. Hello, Dave. From Newton, New Jersey tonight. Hope everybody is doing good. I don't know who to turn it over to. I guess back over to you, Bill. You heard me.
Did I get the call right? KF2QE?
KA2QOD. Alpha 2, Quebec Oscar Delta.
KA2QOD, yeah, I got you that time. I'm hearing you fine. Dave, are you hearing KA2QOD?
Yeah. Hey, Billy, how you doing out there, man? Good to hear you. Are you in New Jersey or Maine?
Hey, Dave,
good to hear you too, man. No, I'm in New Jersey tonight. I just got off a work today, so maybe the next couple of weeks we'll head up. I wanted to lay low up there. I didn't want to go up because guys were trying to figure out doing field day, and you know they're operating with the club call sign, and I don't upload to Logbook of the World or anything like that. So you know it's probably a moot point going up there, and I don't know how anybody's feeling. So I'm just gonna hang out here in New Jersey. That's all. I'll just hang out here. It would be easier. And Dave, I just heard your comment before about the driving and all that, and I heard an excellent comment the other day about some guy operating a mobile, and there was a motorcycle went shooting by him, and he said, "Oh, look, the organ donors are out again today." There you go. You don't want to be an organ donor on the road. Over.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, good stuff, man. Good to hear you. There's a little bit of stuff coming in from the sides and static crashes and stuff, but your adjustment is pretty doggone good. So I was able to pick you out there by playing around with the receiving crap here. Yeah, it's good seeing you there a couple of weeks ago, and cool seeing the kids and all that. That's great. After so many years, man. I don't think I saw you since, what the hell was it, 1987? 86, 87, something like that. A lot of water under the bridge, man. Yep. I wish you had an old-ass Chrysler, though, you know. That kind of took the fun. I was really looking forward to that, you know, seeing a vintage Chrysler or a slab side Newport or something like that, but it's okay. Maybe next time. So, I guess Nick is signing out. Sounds like headed for the door, and yeah, Billy. The channel's blowing up here. I know the other Billy there, QOD. Goes on your channel, and that's the guy I was telling you about that I saw him, and he told his son, one of his sons, that wow, this guy knows Billy BTK. And the kid's like, oh really? Like, I'm a celebrity because I know you. What the hell's wrong with the world? W2VW.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, it's good to hear you there, Bill. I don't think we've ever talked before on the air, so that's cool. I'm glad that you popped in there anyway.
Yeah, Bill, I'll tell you, I listen to you guys at night. I'd say hi to Dave from now and then, and I'd hear you talking as well. Yeah, we never formally met. Good to meet you for the first time, and yeah, my kids and I, we watch 631 NJ, you know, and catch up on things. Just jump around on it and see what's going on. But yeah, very good. It's very, very good entertainment. That's for sure. No doubt about it, you know. So, yeah, sometimes when I'm on my break at work, I sit on there. If I'm not on K3FCF, I'm on 631 NJ, Bill.
Oh man, that's so cool to hear. It makes me really happy to know that people are enjoying the content, because I mean, that's why I bother with it at all. I want people to enjoy it, enjoy the hobby. Are your kids licensed? Are they looking to get their ham license?
Yeah, my oldest guy, he took the test last summer at the Sussex Fest, but he didn't make it the first attempt, but he'll get it the next time. You know, I told him, you got to know what clothes on it. He'll get his license. And yeah, I'll tell you, Dave, he's a great guy. I'll tell you, he's a well-rounded individual between racing old muscle muscle cars and into cool radios and stuff like that. Like he was one of the guys who was like older than us that was out of high school and we were in high school, and we would look up to in wide-eyed wonder. That's the truth, man. And Dave, it was really good seeing you, and you haven't changed one bit. You still look great, and the next time if you're up this way, I'll make sure I'll bring one of the old jalopies.
Oh, that would be cool, man. Yeah, I'd like to meet you. And it's kind of the same deal over here. I mean, I've actually known Dave for a long time now. Back when I just used to do like CB radio, you know, and he's taught me the most out of anyone about this radio stuff. So, you know, I share your sentiments, and thank you, Dave. You know, I'm not saying it's your fault, but you're one of the reasons why I'm out here.
Yeah, well, the way I look at it is I was very lucky to run into some talented individuals who had patience with a younger person like myself, and I'm just trying to pay it forward and try not to make any mistakes so you guys can take advantage of stuff and move on forward professionally and hobby-wise, and you know, it's a whole fraternity thing going on here for people who have some gray matter that works, and that's what it's all about. And explaining stuff to other people who are going to ask you questions how to prove what it is you're telling them actually makes you much, much better at what you do in your professional life, so that you can explain it to managers who came out of the financial areas and have absolutely no technical ability at all. So it's all good, and someday, I'm sure you guys are doing it presently, you just pay it forward. You know, keep the art of radio alive. And that's how it goes.
Hear, hear.
Yep, I'll drink to that.
I gotta refill my glass.
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks, Billy, QOD for that. That's very nice. I think I should just quit now and just throw out all this crap, because I don't need to do anything else after that.
Nah. You gotta wait until you get like real buzzardly, so you can get on here and you know, tell people to get off your lawn.
Yeah. I kind of sort of do that now. Yeah, I don't want to be the typical curmudgeon. I mean, that's too cookie cutter for me. You know, I like to put a tongue in cheek, you know.
Oh, you'll figure out a way. Man, but dude, you're totally right. Gotta pay it forward. I'm gonna figure out a way, you know. So I will try my hardest to master this crap, so that I can do it. Now do what you did.
Yeah. So just remember that if you're really having fun, somebody's going to be upset about it. That's the true indicator.
Well, I guess I'm doing it right. What?
Oh, yeah. SGQ, go ahead. W2 very weak.
W2SQQ. I just sit and listen to you guys, and I'll tell you, the band is just in one outrageous condition, especially 50 over 9 here. I mean, I'm not that far from here, but even so, I mean, 75 is just in primo condition this evening. Name here is Bob, and I'm located in the central part of Bergen County, Inwood Park, formerly East Patterson. Anyway, W2BTK to take it, W2SQQ.
Yeah, well, you're doing about the same here from Bergen County. I think you're right. The band is just phenomenal right now. Get a little bit of a noise for it, but the signals are just tremendous. So, yeah, it's mutual. You got a hell of a signal in here. I mean, really, everybody has who's been on here tonight. We started off with pretty not crappy, but not quite like this earlier in the day, and it's just been getting better and better and better. So I'm looking forward to doing some operating tomorrow and Sunday for field day, man. Hopefully the conditions hold out and can get on 80 meters here and just work a ton of people. So yeah. W2 BTK.
Yeah, okay. Turn it over to Dave real quick. I just put in a log here. Where is Beechwood, New Jersey? I never even heard of that one. I've lived here all my life.
You've been in Bergen County all your life?
Yeah, well, I was born in Hudson County, but I'd say 95% of my life I've been in Bergen County, yeah.
Yeah, okay, Bob. Well, what it is you're so busy paying high taxes and enjoying the urban life there. Yeah, nobody's ever heard of this. I'm exit 80 off the parkway. You're on Beechwood Mountain. It's kind of an unusual place. It's a really good radio location. And I do soil samples and studies of the power grid and all that before I moved here back in 1994 and picked this place out, after very, very, very careful. Actually, I just lucked out on the spot here. I've been here for years. I happen to have an established skyhook system, which would not be possible to erect today. But it's there, and it's part of the plan. And it exists. So there's a whole lot of luck, because when I moved here, I thought I was never going to be able to do any radio. But that's all changed. And you're sounding good. The audio sounds good, and plenty of signal down here. Looking at your QRZ site, but I haven't really scrolled through the whole thing yet here. Running an old Johnson 500 from 1957 with a bunch of ridiculous modifications. Name is Dave. Delta Alpha Victor Echo. W2 very weak.
Okay, very good. Oh, you're sounding good. And unfortunately, I don't have the vintage equipment here. Not that I wouldn't like it, but I'm running a Flex 65 load here to a shortened inverted V, and the microphone is a Heil PR40. So nothing fantastic. And actually, I'm driving an ACOM 1000 amplifier right now, so about 150 watts of carrier. That's about it. But I'm just sitting here doing some work in the shack, and I said, man, I've not heard 75 like this. I don't know when. In fact, I've got the gain on the Flex turned all the way down. I mean, literally, on a scale of 0 to 100, it's down at about a 2. And no background noise, and it sounds like you guys are sitting, right next to me here. Just beautiful audio, so I had to come in and put my 2 cents in there. I'm going to go back into work mode here and finish my project. But anyway, you guys are both sounding real good. So you're at 80 on the parkway. I'm at 157. So we're, 77 miles apart, or thereabouts. W2 BTK to take it. I'm going to go back into listening mode. Thanks for the short contact. WAQSQQ.
Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, you're sounding great here. The audio is very, very good. So, pleasure bumping into you. Thanks for saying hi. And like I said, hopefully tomorrow and Sunday we'll have some good conditions. Because, I want to get out there and work a bunch of stations for field day. We're running about 375 watts of carrier over here, so a little bit more. We had some adjacent funny business going on, so I gave it a little extra a little while ago just to make it easy for everyone. So I usually run about the power level where you're at, the Johnson Viking 2, which I'm running now as an exciter into a linear amplifier, but most of the time, I'm just on the exciter, running about 80-90 watts, and I have a really good location over here, so it doesn't take much. Usually with the 80 or 90 watts, people are telling me that, usually about 20 over to most people, so it doesn't take a lot. But like I said, there was some funny business going on, so I kicked on, Old Faithful over there and bumped it up a little bit, so that's good stuff. So armchair copies all around. Really, really nice QSO tonight. I mean, I've been in this QSO for 4 hours, 39 minutes, and 14 seconds, and it has just been enjoyable the entire time. This is great. So I'll kick it back over to Dave. If you're going to get out of here, so 7-3, unless you're just in listening mode, I'm probably going to hang out for a little while longer, but like I said, it's been almost 5 hours of radio for me, so probably going to call it quits in just a little bit. Did I say that? W2BTK.
Yeah. Sounds good. Well, Bob, thanks for stopping in. Your flex sounds great. You've got to adjust it properly and stop in at any time. We usually run fast break in here for people with short attention spans, and it seems to be the way to go anymore when you get more than 3 people on the air, because the roundtable thing quickly turns into something that takes a long time, and a lot of people don't have that kind of time anymore. It's got its place, but the fast break-in seems to be the way to go, just like you hear on SSB, only it's AM, so it sounds really good. But you're doing well, and congratulations on getting a good signal here on AM at night, because that's no small feat. And run 374.78 watts of carrier here at the moment. Got calorimetric measurement system, measuring the heat before and after glycol dummy load, so that I can precisely calibrate it. So there you go. And pop in anytime. Sometimes there's some kind of weird stuff going on here. It gets busy, static crashes or whatever. But there's a lot of good people who still frequent AM at night. But it can be a zoo. It can be like walking into a bad neighborhood. You probably know that because you listen. W2SQQ in the group from W2 very weak.
Yeah, okay, very good. I just did a short audio clip of you here just to let you know what you sound like. It's just outstanding here. Hang on.
Good people who still frequent AM at night. But it can be a zoo. It can be like walking into a bad neighborhood. I probably know that because you listen.
There you go.
Yeah, that works. I'll take it. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going back into in the woodwork here. I just opened up the third 807, and when that's done, then I'm done for the night. I got to get up early anyway, so talk to you guys later. And, thanks for the good listening. WA2SQQ.
Yeah, WA2SQQ, W2BTK, man. Good stuff. I'm a little distracted. I'm live streaming right now, as I do every time that I'm on the air, and the chat's blowing up. We've got some really generous people in here, and wow, it's just it's outstanding. So we'll catch you later.
If anybody's going to be on, I'll fire the DR4 up to see how that sounds.
Was that Bill?
Yeah, Bill. Yeah, I was going to say, I'll fire up the old TR4 here. And I was telling Dave, it does almost 100 watts on peak. It does a lot stronger than the 7300.
Yeah, I mean, it's you got a good signal. The audio quality is communications, but it's sure as hell working.
Okay. I was telling Dave, this old TR4 does AM also, but I've never tried it before. I tuned up into the dummy load on it, and worked into the dummy load. It seems like it works. I just never tried it actually on the air.
Yeah, it's definitely doing well here. I mean, everybody is slamming in here. Dave, you're still hearing Bill, I assume?
Yeah, I've got to narrow the filtering down because there's a lot of static crashes and there's a little bit of little sludge. But yes, I hear them. I have to hit the button to do it. So yeah. And, it's no small feat, nighttime in late June on 75 meter AM. You really have to have a good antenna system, so that speaks to the quality of Bill's antenna system up there.
K4QU.
In K4QQ, I heard you in there.
I Cadillac 4 Quebec United, K4QU, name is Mike, and I'm in Winchester, Virginia. Go on.
Yeah, you're doing just fine here, Mike. Hearing you very well. I got Bill and Dave in there, other than myself, W2BTK, and excuse me, wonder if they're hearing you as well as I am.
Well, I don't hear anybody else, but I'm copying you just fine. Just ready for field day for tomorrow. I got about a 3-hour drive to the People's Republic of Maryland. Go ahead.
Yes, good old Maryland. Yeah, I'm excited as hell for field day. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just gonna operate out of the house, which is, when you hear those 1D stations on the air, normally it's like, okay, whatever. But this year, they're cutting a lot of slack, and I think that's what everybody's gonna be doing for the most part. Probably a ton of 1 Delta stations out there this year anyway, and they count. I mean, I can make contacts with other 1 Delta stations, and it counts as points this year. Probably only this year, though. Let's hope. W2BTK. Dave or Bill, are you hearing Mike down there in Virginia?
Yeah, I'm hearing Mike down there, QU. Doing okay up here on Beechwood Mountain in New Jersey here on the coast. Name is Dave, Delta Alpha, Victor Echo. And yeah, I was going to fire up. I've got a brand new, never used generator. And I've had it for about a year, and it'd be a really good excuse to fire that sucker up. We've got a distribution transformer, so it can set up with a transfer switch here to power up the whole home, although it's not large enough to do the air conditioning, so the XYL is not going to like it. And I don't want to do anything the XYL doesn't like. She's an air-conditioned woman, and I understand that. So, I don't know. If I get some extra vitamins tomorrow morning for breakfast, I might fire up 1 Echo. If not, I'll be one of those commercial power guys lower than the bottom of the ocean. Mike, go ahead.
Okay, Dave, they're dropping you pretty well. Didn't get your call, though. What's the call there?
Call here is W2VW, Whiskey 2, Victor Whiskey, W2 very weak. Go ahead.
Okay, W2BW from K4QU. Yeah, very good. Well, whatever you can do, maybe to give us a point, we'll be operating from W3 or W3 Kilowatt Delta Radio. We'll be 1 hour in Maryland, D.C. On the eastern shore, east of Annapolis, Maryland. That's where we'll be. So we're looking forward to it. It's a bunch of guys we've gotten together for probably, I don't know, 35 years, maybe more. We all went to, most of us went to college together, and it's kind of a reunion / field day excursion. Go ahead, Dave, from K4.
Well, that's great. That's really great that you're doing that. And glad you're making the field day into an event there for socialization, especially with current situation. So good luck and have fun, and hope you get to catch up with people from the past. That's great stuff. Anyway, I'm going to check on out of here. Been on here for a few hours. So Mike and Billy and Bill, talk to you guys later, and thank you. And anybody else listening, a lot of fun, and this will be memorialized on YouTube, and it's on Twitch now. So how do you beat that? Over to you, Billy, and I guess Bill's still in there too. So you can be the man in control. You guys have fun for field day. W2BTK in the group from W2VW here on Beechwood Mountain.
Yeah, all right, Dave. That sounds kind of like a plan. It really, like, this has been one of the best QSOs I've had in a long time. Going on 5 hours on the air for me over here. So I think I'm going to follow suit and just make this like a 7-3 round. So you guys... really, I can't say that this has been a wonderful night of radio, and I'm sorry to dip out, but you know, it's going on 5 hours here, so I'm going to say 7-3 to everybody on the air and move over to the Twitch chat, and I'll be on there chatting for a little bit. So I'll see all you guys later. Thanks for the fun. This is W2BTK on Montana Mountain. We'll catch you later.
Okay, Bill, I think you should be from K4QU. Beautiful signal into Virginia. And thanks for letting me stop in and test the signal. I'm actually using an L-Craft K3 into a Tech Titan amplifier. To 7-3, and take care if there's anybody else left. W2BTK sign, W2BW sign from K4QU.
Elecraft sounds great here, by the way. But 7-3 guys, W2BTK.
W2BTK and 1RWP. Frequency, Kilowatt 4, Quebec, United in Virginia.
W4SUK. And if you're copying me, this is WA2 SQQ, Sugar Queen Queen. How you got
W4SVA from K4QU.
All right, guys. Good. Seems like there's some people taking over the frequency. I mean, I've been out there long enough. This is going on 5 hours here, so I'm just gonna turn down the volume and and relax for a minute. I'll hang out with you guys in the chat for a few minutes here before I shut down. It's just been, thank you, Liberal Tears, man. Thank you so much, dude, for all the generosity, passing out, those bit rewards, the subscriptions, gift subscriptions. I mean, dude, that's really cool. Thanks for your support, man. It means a lot to me, and I'm being serious. Like, that's really cool, man. Thank you for being here, everybody. It just, the support is overwhelming. I mean, I'm loving it. So, just trying to do this right, make a stream about ham radio that people would actually want to watch. I think, like you said, there's not a lot on Twitch that represents the ham radio hobby. So I'm out here every day while I can be, doing this stuff, trying to get you guys interested in it, and it just means a lot, man, when you're so supportive like that. It's really, really cool, dude. So the band, it was relatively clear. I mean, for the summertime, the crashes were not that bad. The noise level's up a little bit, but the propagation is like really, really good tonight. Everybody who I talked to is coming in great. I mean, there was nobody that keyed up who I couldn't hear. So what more can you ask for? I mean, it's just cool. But those of you guys, wanting to get licensed and this and that, just do it, man. And it's a cool hobby. You could come out here and talk to us. I remember the first time I came out on 75 meters, it was a trip, man. I was having so much fun, especially like doing this AM stuff. It's a little bit different, on sideband. You do get groups of guys out there talking and this and that from time to time. There's groups and stuff, but a lot of it's just like wham bam, you're 5'9", thanks for the contact, QRZ, like on to the next one. But we get a really, really good group of guys, and a lot of really talented guys on AM around here that can tell stories and just have interesting stuff to say. So yeah, dude, I mean, I was a tech for 10 years and I barely used ham radio the whole time. Once I got my general ticket, I mean, I was out here as much as I could be. It's a completely different world. But Liberal Tears knows what's up. If he pointed you in the right direction to those online sessions, I mean, like he said, his dad just got licensed through one of them, so it works. Just take those practice tests, and once you're killing those things, you're ready. Pay your couple bucks to take it, and then dude, you will be so happy you did. Trust me. It's a lot of fun, but yeah, what a great stream, guys. I'm gonna make several YouTube videos out of this stream. Of course, the whole thing, the entirety of this like, what is this, 5 hours almost, the whole stream's going up there first, but I'm gonna chop it up because there were a lot of really interesting stories and tidbits and things that happened during this stream that I want to document. There's been some really, really good radio tonight. Those of you who have been hanging out, I mean, you saw it. I mean, we had 4 or 5 different, not like nobodies, like big time broadcast engineers on here sharing their stories and this and that, and it just like, I don't know, it's been great. This was a really, really good night on 75 meters, and a great night in this Twitch chat. I mean, the amount of support, people hanging out, chatting the whole time. It's like you guys are it's like we're a family now. You're all hanging out, chatting to each other. I love this. This is what it's about. This is why I do this. So thank you guys again. You are the ones that make this what it is. So I'm going to keep doing it. Dude, I want you to get your general license. You know, and we wouldn't have any problem talking to each other, I'm sure, on like, 40 meters or something. 80 meters with the antenna that I have, it might be a little bit of a haul. We'd be able to talk now and then, but on a band like 40 meters or 20 meters, dude, we could talk every night. You talk all around the world. But you'll just have fun, man. It's amazing. But yeah, I really don't know what else to say. We've been talking about computer stuff, man. Dude, 350 anytime, man. That's why I'm doing this. And yeah, dude, like, the hot glass. I know you told me your name, and it slipped my mind. I forgot. I feel bad. Was it? I think it was started with a T, right? I'm gonna keep calling you hot glass. But dude, where you are, right down by Dave, yeah, we'll be talking. If you get your general and you get an AM rig, we'll be talking every night on here. Like, you could be right here, what we're doing. I mean, if you're 15 minutes from Dave, it seems like I have kind of like a laser beam down south to where he is. So you'll be hearing me 60 over. Tommy, that's right. I was gonna say Tom, but I was kind of afraid. But yeah, Tom, I mean, we're gonna have no problem talking on here. Being that you're so close, you probably don't even need a lot of power. I bet you could do it with 20 to 100 watts. You could come out here and chat with the AM crowd out here, no problem. But the other thing is, like I said, guys, I want to start a Discord server so that you guys can go in there and we can do some voice chat. And I think that supports video as well, so I might be able to have you here on the stream. Like, we can, if you're not a licensed general class ham, I can't broadcast you or rebroadcast you over the air. But I can do streams where, we're all hanging out and this and that. I can get you up on the stream. We could talk about radio. Those of you who are going for your licenses, I'd like to do a stream all with, newly licensed guys talking about their experience, finding the VE session, what you got to do, this and that, and just like kind of telling the story of getting licensed. I think that would make for a good stream. I could get you guys up here on the stream, but I'll probably look into that tonight. I got a lot of work to do with the editing of this particular stream, and I'm gonna try to set up that Discord server so that we can start doing voice chat and video chat and stuff like that. But it's all in the works. I'm not sitting on my butt over here. I'm trying to make this thing better. So yeah, I think so too. I mean, I definitely am interested in the guys who are going out and getting their licenses, who are newly licensed. I want to get you on here, kind of sharing that experience, because I think it could, inspire others to do the same thing. And that's a big interest of mine with all of this. I love seeing people going out, taking the test, and getting a license. Coming on here and enjoying the hobby that I love. That's what it is. And I think that's what Twitch is. It's just doing what you love on camera. So if there's any inspiration to be had, I want it out there. But yeah, I'll keep doing my best, guys, to make this a cool place to hang out. And I appreciate the hell out of all of you guys. So hopefully you keep coming back and having fun and, discovering the cool things about this hobby. And like I said, man, it's cool. I consider all you guys my friends, and I'm just glad you're hanging out. So with that being said, it's been about 5 hours, so I'm gonna go wind down for the night. This has been one of the best streams ever, guys. I mean, this is wonderful. So I say 7-3 to y'all. The YouTube channel is right. Well, I always do this wrong. It's right up here. If you don't know about it, you can find a lot of good stuff up there. You know, all the live streams, different highlights of live streams, and then even videos that I've been making recently showing transmitter, antennas, stuff like that, explaining all that. But yep, if you're not following the Twitch, if you do that, you get some notifications when I go live. And with that, I mean, I can't say it enough. Thank you guys. You are the best. I mean, for real. So we'll see you, and we'll be doing this again. Peace out, everybody. I hope you had a good time.